WCLA CEO Mr. Simeon George, WCPO General Reddy, all the officials, everybody, anybody watching. So, just welcome to this meeting, everybody. I think as we commence, we're going to first start with some introductions. We have had an apology from member Cassim today, who is writing an exam. Let's wish her luck. But otherwise, everybody is here. So none of the members are online this morning. So let us first start with the members introducing themselves, and then the Minister and the Acting HOD and all the officials, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you very much. Members?
Morning, Chairperson, and morning to my colleagues and to the professionals. I'm Member Boyson, and I'm a member of this committee.
And I'm a member of this committee.
Thank you very much. And I am Benedict van Minnen. I'm the chair of this committee. Minister, if I could hand over to you to the department, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Honourable Marie.
Morning, members. Hilton Arendse, acting HOD.
Morning, members and chair. Simeon George from the WCLA.
Good morning, I'm Kim Seal from the Western Cape Police Ombudsman's Office.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Minister, Honourable members, also ready, Police Ombudsman.
Good morning, I am Abigail Lewis from the Western Cape Police Ombudsman's Office.
Good morning, I'm Geraldine Isaacs from the Western Cape Police Ombudsman's Office.
Oversight and Community Safety.
Good morning, Wayne Butler, Community Safety and Police Oversight.
Morning, I'm Razak, Police Oversight and Community Safety.
Good morning, Sid Callender, Police Oversight, Community Safety.
Good morning, Teresha Hanekom, Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety.
Good morning, members and chair. Fred Watkins, Director, Provincial Security Provisioning in the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety. Thank you.
Good morning, members and chair, as well as Minister and HOD and colleagues. Mohammed Friesler, CFO and Director of Finance. Thank you.
Good morning, chair and honorable members. Peggy Similane, Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, colleagues. Handari Marshall, Director, Community Police Relations.
Good morning, Julian Lutz, Director, Security Advisory Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. My name is Roshni Chapman from the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety.
Good morning, Chair and members. Amanda Bissell, Acting Chief Director, Secretary of Safety and Security and Director of Policy Research.
Good morning, Chair and members. Ansaf Mohammed, Director, Strategic Services and Communications.
Thank you very much, everybody. We have not received any input from the public. I don't see any here, but let's see if we have some members of the public as the morning progresses. So I just want to indicate that this is being live streamed on YouTube. So if anybody at home wants to watch this, that's where they can see it. So the purpose of this morning is to discuss the 24-25 annual reports of the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety, the Western Cape Liquor Authority, and the Police Ombudsman. What you will do as we move through the meeting is you will first have the introductory comments from the Minister and the Acting HOD, and we can then allow questions of Following that, we will go on to the Liquor Authority, the Police Ombudsman after that. Then we'll take a brief break and then continue on with the actual department itself. When it comes to questions, we do need to maintain a forward momentum. So I am going to be quite strict in allowing members 3 minutes per round. We'll then do more rounds if necessary. But we do have to stick to our agenda to ask questions and to focus very much on the reports in front of us. This afternoon, of course, there will be SCOPA, where certain sections of the reports will be discussed. So as we move forward, part C, which is governance, is something that goes to SCOPA, as well as part E, public finance management, and part F, financial information. If members do have a question on those sections, I will allow brief questioning, but in general, that is to be referred to SCOPA this afternoon. So as we commence, if I can hand over, please, to the Minister and the Acting HOD for their introductory remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning again to all the members. And there's no public, no, maybe online then. As members of this provincial legislature, we are entrusted with a collective responsibility, one that extends beyond party lines and political interests. That responsibility is to ensure the safety, dignity, and well-being of every person who calls the Western Cape home. I want to emphasize this clearly. Creating a safer province must be our shared objective. Safety is not just one policy goal among many. It is the very foundation upon which sustainable development, social cohesion, and public trust are built. Despite the progress we've made, the reality remains that we are still experiencing unacceptably high incidents of violent crime and senseless murders. That is why we need to continuously give our communities a fighting chance by not only supporting the South African Police Service in improving policing outputs, but also supporting community-led safety initiatives and coordinating violence prevention activities across all government departments. We must urgently elevate the work of the safety portfolio, not just as a program, but as an essential driver of integrated whole of government and whole of society action. When departments align their strategies, when municipalities and provincial structures work in unison, and when our efforts are coordinated both horizontally and vertically, we move beyond good intentions and into the realm of real, lasting impact. Colleagues, the people of this province are looking to us for leadership, not only in law enforcement or oversight, but in shaping the kind of society we all want to live in. One where families feel safe walking in their communities, where young people are protected and given opportunity, and where safety is not a dream, but a lived reality. I wish to thank the officials of the Western Cape Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety for their hard work. I must say, you really go above and beyond the call of duty most days, often attending public engagement late at night and engaging various community to align yourself with their lived experience and working towards interventions that can address the safety challenges faced by residents. Thank you for going the extra mile. I truly appreciate it. And this includes Simeon George as well as General Reddy. Let us all continue to find new innovative ways of strengthening our collective effort in creating a safer, more resilient Western Cape. And then in closing, thank you to our acting HOD Hilton Arendse for a job well done. This will be his last appearance as all is in place for the new HOD to start in January 2026. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. Chairperson, members and colleagues. We're presenting our annual report today, not only for this department, but also for the Liquor Authority and the Ombudsman. But members and Minister, I'd just like to confirm and reiterate the fact that we have a very committed team in our department. the team takes it personal, things that's happening in the community, knowing that we need to make a difference. However, we also are limited in terms of resources, scope, mandates, but the team is doing the best that we can. And what we've done in this year, I think there's quite a lot of achievements that some of the objectives that we set out to do, and we've achieved quite a few of them. In terms of our annual performance plan, it's only one deliverable that we have not achieved and that we'll cover during the course of the day in responding to why we have not been able to achieve it. But Chair, in general, it's a team that's hardworking, a team that the Minister and I are really proud of and working with. And we're presenting this report today, as I said, the 3 reports, and we're looking forward to the engagement and also your guidance in terms of how do we take it forward and improve even for next year. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And let me echo the Minister in saying thank you very much, Mr. Arendse. Really, very much appreciated the work that you've done. And yes, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to allow questions on the introductory remarks. Have we got any hands? Don't all rush at once. Yes, member. And then Member Boyson.
Thank you very much, and I think I must welcome the remarks made by the MEC this morning. Just few questions for me. And firstly, I think I must make the point that as this committee, we work very hard to ensure that we assert the independence of Parliament, as part of democracy, and avoid any temptation to appear a shadow of the executive or of any of the entities, including the South African Police Services. Just as part of locating, perhaps, of setting the scene, as you were doing, I want to ask this question. As I am and including yourself as your acting HOD, do you perhaps have a personal experience with crime or being victim of crime in the Western Cape and Cape Town? The second question, and you indicated where this crime is taking place. Doesn't this concern you that violent crime and murders actually take place in black townships in the Western Cape? And conversely, and that from the MMC, the mayor, the chairperson of the portfolio committee, the MEC, and the premier, where they from, this violent crime doesn't take place, the white suburbs, that the leadership is white. Do you think that given that reality dynamic, do you think that they relate with the current happenings of violent crimes in this province and in Cape Town in particular? Doesn't this concern you? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, mine is just comments. It's not based on questions, but I want to share your sentiments, Chairperson, by saying to Mr. Arendse, it has been a great pleasure working with you and your team. And to yourself and to the Minister, I must say, Chairperson, I now understand what you and your department are going through in terms of what we're seeing on television. It now makes sense. The Madlanga Commission, the ad hoc committee in Parliament, I fully grasp what you guys are going through. And with our support, we can make it work, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could hand over the answers.
Thank you, Member, for the question, and thank you for the comment from Member Boyson. I just want to say that, yes, I did experience crime on a personal level. And I'm not going to go into that because it's not about the crime that I've experienced. It's not a lived experience for me, that's true. And then I'm very concerned about the violent crime in the Western Cape. I really have sleepless nights about it, and we try our best to see how we can remedy it and combat crime and specifically in Kailicha, where it's more extortion related, Kailicha and Nyanga and Guguletu. The Cape Flats is more murder from gang related crimes. So it's complex, and we're really trying to get to the root of all these terrible crimes that's happening. Then I don't think that this is because of the so-called white leadership. Thank you.
And to Member Boyson, thanks so much for that comments, Member Boyson. And then as it relates to whether I've been a victim of violent crime and mystery of crime, yes, indeed. I grew up in Mitchells Plain. I grew up in Lotus River, in the gang-infested area. So yes, understand crime, understand violent crime. And yes, I have been a victim of violent crime. And that's why this work that we do is so personal. I also have families in those areas, understanding the things that they're going through. And that's why it's important that in my understanding, that the work that we do, that we try and address and make the world safer, not just for the people in specific areas, but for the whole of our province and, if need be, the whole of our country. As it relates to whether our politicians relate to the violent crime, I cannot comment on that. That's something that you need to ask them personally. But what I can say is there's a huge emphasis on safety within our province. That's why it's one of our 2 top priorities within the province, and the fact that there's a significant focus on our Premier and our Minister themselves in trying to make the province safer. And as we said, we need to develop this province. We said the apex priority in the province is creating jobs and helping businesses grow and create jobs and helping our people to get those jobs. But it won't be able to do that without safety. So that's why it's so critical for us to focus on safety. So thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any further questions or the introductory remarks? Okay, one more question, but just bear in mind, remember that it needs to be relevant to the annual reports. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. MSA, given the rate of violent crime in the Western Cape and in Cape Town in particular, in your view, based on your observation and being paradigm of leadership, don't you think that the level of violent crime has reached a crisis point?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. In all honesty, I think it is a crisis. We're really trying our best to combat it. We work closely with SAPS, with Operational Sanella too, and the City of Cape Town, and then our LEAP officers, to see how we really can make a dent or to combat crime in the Cape Flats. As I've said, it's difficult to get to the root of the gangsterism. We know what we know, and sometimes we know what we don't know. So we really try our best to see how we can, get to the root of it. And I want to say the suppliers of illegal firearms as well as the drug trail. So we had some successes, and I think we will show it in our annual report. And I'll leave it at that for first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I just follow up with a question of my own, actually, at this point? In terms of the mandate of the department, how does that mandate relate to oversighting SAPS and how they deal with crime in the Western Cape?
Thank you, Chairperson. It is, I'm going to be honest, it's difficult to only have oversight over SAPS. I've worked to build a relationship specifically with SAPS and try to instill trust in the community between the community and SAPS. But we really see what we see, and we do our oversight, and we speak to the General particularly and his team to see how we can help specifically our good officers in our stations and all over Western Cape. It's not only Cape Town that's going through crime-related incidents. It's just that the Cape Town, you know, it almost pulls you in. And it's also in the rural areas. Not that bad, but also. So yeah, I think we've worked very hard on our relationship with SAPS to better understand each other and make it easier for the oversight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think that does it for the introductory remarks. So at this point, we'll move on to the substantive reports. We will start with the Liquor Authority. So if we can all get to our annual reports on that. As I indicated earlier, we have Part A, which is general information, Part B, which is performance information, Part C, governance. That is something that is dealt with by SCOPA in the afternoon. D, human resources. E, PFMA compliance report, and F, the financial information. E and F are also dealt with by SCOPA. So we will start with A, which I think is largely structural. But before we kick off, can I just ask from the CEO or from anybody else, is there any introductory remarks to be made about the Liquor Authority, or can we move on with the process?
Chairperson, thank you very much. Maybe a few words from our perspective. I think what is important to note is that a number of years ago, the Western Cape Liquor Authority became an entity subject to the custodial department being the current one before presenting the annual report here today, Chairperson. I think the realization then being, and in pursuance of the alcohol arms reduction strategy, was that safety was a key lever within the regulation. And I think that having been a substantive move then by the Western Cape government, I think shows and demonstrates an alignment with a commitment to safety in the province. I'm just trying to add on to what has been previously said by the minister. And that suggests that there's an appreciation that violence and trauma within the province is facilitated and enabled to a great extent by the access and availability to liquor. So us being here present today is exactly in support of the objectives of the Western Cape government, more importantly, those specifically assigned to the Department of Policing Oversight and things. Chairperson, it is a great pleasure for us, of course, to present to the committee. I trust that on your reading of the report, Chairperson and members, that you would understand that we try to be as honest as we can be. We do not try to hide anything. So what you see, there's a realistic portrayal of the operations of the Western Cape Liquor Authority and the challenges that it confronts. And then our APP is developed repeatedly for the next year based on our experiences from the previous year. There are specific challenges. We are mindful. The one, if I can just highlight that very briefly, is that our support functions in relation to an entity is normally those functions that are neglected or compromised to a certain extent, and that's simply because your mandate is the regulation. So if you're regulating whatever you have available, you're looking at spending it in that particular space. However, over a 10-year period, as you would experience, the pressures are brought to bear in that you neglected things such as ICT, as an example. We highlight that. You neglect in terms of investments in personnel expenditure and the attraction and your organizational structures. And that was also one of the lessons we took away. However, what you'll see is in our responses is a direct response to turn that around. And we can say in our reporting today, we'll demonstrate to what extent that has happened. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I am going to take it that everybody has read and internalized the reports, so we can then move on to the issue of discussing the report. Part A, general information, starts on page 5. There are various documents there, mainly dealing with abbreviations, forward, the CEO's overview, the statement of responsibility and confirmation, and then the strategic overview of the mission, vision, mission, and values, legislative and other mandates, and the organizational structure. It runs to page 14. I'm going to allow questions on that section. When you ask the question, please also note the page number so that people can follow. As I've said, 3 minutes per question. Then we'll move on to the next question. We will then come back if people have further questions. So I open it now to the committee, set part A from pages 5 through to 14. Are there any questions? Okay, so I'm going to take it then. Okay, Member Glensu.
Thank you very much, Chair. The first question is on page 9. The CEO makes a very interesting observation that indeed the liquor sector is a key driver of economic growth in the Western Cape. You know, now, given your experience, your observation and your grounding, and that your acknowledgement that it is a key driver of economic growth. Okay. Do you believe that it is strategically located in the police or as an entity of the police oversight and community safety, right? Given the fact that the economic entities are located in the economic development portfolio. And that, I think I agree, and I can elaborate and say, both in the informal and formal sector, it makes contribution, economic contribution in the formal and informal sector. Formal, the regulated ones, and the informal, the unregulated, which I think maybe it's here where there is proliferation of unregulated liquor outlets in the province. So what's your view given this, and how about the possibilities of this entity be located in the economic development portfolio? That's the first question. And the second question, it ends on page 14. Okay. The second question is just on the organizational structure. Yes, I'm aware about the vacancies of the board members. You know, I'm not going to engage but about the 2 vacancies. I was looking for last year's annual report. I could not find it in my, at my place, my study. But how long has these 2 vacancies, these 2 positions vacant in this instance? And to what extent do they affect your operations? Thank you very much. And any plans to address that? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Hand over to the Liquor Authority, Mr. George.
Chairperson and members, thank you for the question. In relation to the custodial department, can I just remind members that the Western Cape Liquor Authority, and let's say that prior to the new legislation and prior to 2012, the reality was that it was with DDAT as a function within DDAT. I think in terms of that experience, I think that there's a number of things that could be argued this way or the other. I think based on an assessment of that, so I'm trying to avoid what a personal view was, but I can venture to say what my experience over the last 5 years, and prior to that within the Department of Community Safety, how that shaped where I am in terms of understanding the placement of the regulation of liquor in the Western Cape. I think there's if you go and look across, I think globally, there's a position taken in relation to regulation, and that within the country, nationally in South Africa, you'll find that the placement of the authorities around regulating liquor is worth, I think, DDAT, and also at national level or similar departments in the provinces. And at national level, the regulator is a function within DTI. So that is the situation in relation to the rest of the country. Our position has evolved in that on understanding trauma, understanding public interest, that safety as it should be the lens through which we look at regulation, meaning you look at it from the perspective how it impacts on our society, on our communities, and on the basis of that, you prioritize the safety around that. As I've indicated, the member and chairperson, that you're looking at between 50 and 60%. Those are studies, albeit slightly dated by now, that trauma is occasioned by with a direct link to liquor in one way or the other. Trauma includes a range of things, of course, all spectrums of that. I think the issue around the importance of it as far as the sector, as economic sector, yes, it's warranted, but it does not mean it suffers, I believe. The product you're dealing with is a habit-forming drug. You need more protection against some things that you have little choice over once you started becoming addicted to that, and it's a toxic substance. I think the emphasis around safety does not prevent that. If you look at trends, we are still attracting globally people investing in liquor in the South Africa, and more particularly in the Western Cape. There may be particular reasons for that, but it does not seem to compromise, I think, investment in that sector. The other thing that we have found, Chairperson, in terms of our information gathering processes, is that the sector is extremely resilient. It means it does well no matter what. Its returns remain in the double digits, in fact, above 20%, closer to 30 in some instances. What that demonstrates is that it does not need more assistance than all the other industries or sectors of our society. Thank you, Chair. I will go to the vacancy one. That was the one, and it relates to the board members. Simply to say that the current vacancies exist since March 2024. Those are two vacancies, Chairperson. At least the one, it was one vacancy, but towards November, the second one arose. That's because that appointment was until November. So there were one vacancy with the appointment of the new board, and then a second vacancy arose when the term ended of the chairperson of the board. To what extent does it compromise? Yes, it does make things extremely different. So core rating is sometimes was an issue, especially when you have a vacancy rate of 2, right? But we've managed to do that. The board has stepped up. The board has made themselves available, and we've taken that. I think at the standing committee, interrogating the vacancy nominees, indicated that it was capable. We are capable of nonetheless, if we plan. It just doesn't mean that you require much more availability of your other members. In relation to what occasions that, we have now, on assessing sitting fees for the WCLA board, we come to realize that it's probably the lowest in the province. And it's something that we'd like to address with the custodial department and provincial treasury going forward. The aim is to, at the very least, equate that to what is being paid to, let's say, the gambling board members. Chair, I think if there's anything else, thank you.
Thank you very much. Some other questions on that section? Member Mqwentu? Then I've also got a question, unless the member preempts me. Yes, please go ahead. Sorry? No, please go ahead. Go ahead.
No. There's something which I was attempting to research and as a basis to build my argument. Look, I'm looking at the statement you made, in respect to defining the liquor authority as a key economic driver. Now, and the question which I posed, and which for me, this profound observation you made here is in stark contrast with the vision and the mission of the Liquor Authority. Chair, here's the point. Liquor Authority is defined as an economic contributor, which I agree, and there's evidence of that. But if you look at the vision, if you look at the mission, right, it reduces it to mere reducing. It makes no reference to contributing to economic growth. There's no vision for economic growth. There's no mission for economic growth. For instance, it says, page 11, your vision. Recognized by the public as leading the reduction of alcohol-related harms through effective regulation of the retail, blah, 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 blah. That's the first thing. Mission to lead and promote the role of public to reduce the impact of alcohol, right? Effective and sustainable. Inherently, yes, there is evidence of the contribution of alcohol in the particular on crime, right? But the fact that nowhere, acting at HOD, nowhere in the mission where there is a talk about this important entity making contribution to the economy of the problem, for me is a gap which I think should be attended to. Do you acknowledge this contradiction and this misalignment? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My question, that I'm also just quickly going to slip in now, is in terms of the board, I know there have been recommendations from the standing committee as to how we can broaden essentially the advertising for board members so that we get a wider range of people applying. Has there been any progress made in that respect? Thank you.
I have a surplus. Chairperson, thank you very much. Can I respond to the last question and very briefly? Yes, subsequent to the recommendation from that, the minister has supported the need for the matter to be re-advertised. Currently, they're busy with that, and the department drives that process, Chairperson. But I'm aware they're responding to the communication received from the standing committee and Parliament for that matter. In terms of the contradiction, as noted by the member, can I just simply say so? There's a very particular mandate that we have as the Western Cape Liquor Authority. Whatever we do is founded within the legislation, and the legislation is very prescriptive, but also exact in terms of regulation. Regulation must serve the public good. Basically, any license that is granted, the WCLA, but more specifically, the licensing tribunal has to be satisfied that the public interest will be served should that license be granted. But there's a further aspect to that, which suggests once a license is granted, it's not a final, it's a concession. It is not something you can demand and insist upon. It is something that a relationship or a code of behavior that requires you to satisfy on a continuing basis the public interest. The point being simply that public interest could include the economy. By that, it means that there could be an assessment that given the circumstances, the granting of the license would facilitate public, or shall I say, the economy in a particular space, and then that would amount to public interest. So I think it's not the one reading over the other, but it's understanding that looking at it holistically, that it could be that circumstances arise that the economy will be favored and be in the public interest when you weigh up all these aspects. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any further questions? But I certainly think, and I'll also get to Member Johnson, I also think, Member Ngwentu, but this is probably a very good basis for a resolution and something that the standing committee could certainly have a look at. Have you got a follow-up to this question?
I think your point is that we may need to develop a resolution on this question is quite profound. For instance, because I was looking at provinces whose economic size are close to ours. For instance, in Gauteng, theirs, for instance, part of their vision is that is aligned with the broader provincial goals of economic growth, job creation, and tackling poverty, right? So I think that I think I take the point made by the chair that let's consider developing a resolution on this question as a basis to ensure that at least there is some realignment, and debate it. If it means let's take it back to economic development, let it be, or we keep it here, but also even if it is kept, is aligned or defined in a manner that it makes meaningful contribution to our economy than mere regulation and presuming that no. It must just regulate the issue of crime, harmful abuse of alcohol, and so forth. So I'm aligned with that one, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Member Johnson?
Thank you, Chairperson. I would just like to make a comment on what Mr. George have said earlier around the remuneration and the the rate per day, rate per hour. Let's call it the sitting fees of board members. I think as being the previous chair of the Finance Committee, I do think that the sitting fees is not exactly market related if you have to compare it to those members serving on the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. So I do agree with you that I think that that is something that you should consider to increase. I don't think it's fair. But I would also like to see that the amounts of meetings, and especially the governing board meetings where the entire board meets, I do think that 5 meetings per year should perhaps be increased, even if it's just, let's say, 2 a quarter at least. But I do note that members serve on all various other sort of committees, but I do think that for a full board to meet 5 times a year might need to increase a bit more. But I do support the what you've highlighted in terms of the remuneration of the board committees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right, is there any comment on those comments?
Not prolong this, but yes, I appreciate the comments of the last member speaking, and then just going back in terms of the discussion around the decisions around that. Unfortunately, are decisions that are taken by government as a provincial government, and I think essentially then there should be something that happens at another level, be it under the policy space, where those discussions will happen. Ultimately, I think we will make an input and indicate what our preference would be, but that decision ultimately, I believe, is, I think, the government of the day. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Arnson, you look like you want to make a comment.
It's okay. Let me make the comment. I do think that the point in terms of the vision and the mission aligning it to the rest of the work that we're doing, that's critical. I suppose we will be engaging the Liquor Authority to do that because that directly impacts the way and the lens through which applications for liquor licenses are viewed. Because if your vision and mission speaks to safety first, your application will focus on the safety lens, whereas there is an economic imperative that we need to focus on. So yes, we'll have a discussion. I do think it's important that we start looking at how do we align it, and we will take it back into the organization. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, this is kind of a catch-22 because if one looks at the socio-economic balance, we struggle to balance that as a country. And we're sitting here from the health cluster, we're sitting here from the social development cluster, and all of that has an impact eventually. You know, if alcohol is abused, there's going to be trauma, there's going to be social development issues. Now, my question, Chairperson, is through you, Chairperson, is that would Mr. George be open to an engagement with all the affected departments or committees, Chairperson, where we can come up with an educational program where we are seen and where the Liquor Authority is seen as being concerned, because indeed, there's a lot of job creation within the wine space, because if you touch that, you'll have problems with the farmers, the grape guys, So there is something where we need to come up with an engagement chairperson where all the affected role players come together, come up with a project, so that even because even at school level, there's alcohol abuse at school level, but we can't just keep quiet and say that it is one department's challenge. It's got to be a whole of society approach. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Response?
I respond to that, Chairperson. That is where the provincial safety plan comes in, where we look at the different areas of violence prevention, safe and secure communities, and then also the law enforcement. And where during the process of developing the plans and the projects for the Western Cape Safety Plan, we do take into account that we have to engage all of the other departments. Because the initial question was, the chairperson asked about our mandate and SAPs and the ability of SAPs, but it starts with the violence prevention. It starts at the grassroots level. And that's why the work that's been done with the Liquor Authority, you'll see it also in the safety plan. We are looking at the violence prevention initiatives within there. I do not know whether the engagement, you propose an engagement with all the standing committee and all the committees within our provincial parliament. I am cognizant of the fact, though, that the committees, it's important, though, that we account to the committees. That's important. That's our accountability. But when it comes to developing joint projects, it does impact, it will impact on the independence of the committee. And we just need to make sure that we do not compromise that independence of the committee, because if you start developing projects with us, who do you hold accountable? Are we jointly accountable? And then your position is compromised. So we need to look at that also. But if you give us an instruction or advise us to go back and to look at a joint project with the departments, that we can do, and we are doing that. Thanks, Chiefs.
Thank you very much. Okay, look, I think we can debate the rights and the wrongs and the whole issue of the industry, but I think we need to get onto the meat of this report, which is part B, which is the performance information. So that really is very much the bulk of this report. So as I've said, I'm taking it all as read. If we move on to part B, that commences on page 15, I would like us for our first section to please run from page 15 to page 24. That deals with the issue of the auditor's report with the predetermined objectives. And then from page 16 to page 23, it is the situational analysis of the service delivery environment, the organizational environment, the key policy development and legislative changes, and the progress towards achievement of institutional impacts and outcomes. Once we have finished with this section, we'll go on to the performance information component. So at this point, are there any questions on pages 16 through to page 24? Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. On compliance, how has the authority improved its monitoring and enforcement of liquor license to prevent illegal training in underage sales? And what measures are being implemented to reduce alcohol-related violence and accidents in communities? And under transformation and support, how many liquor license applications were approved for historical disadvantaged individuals? And what support mechanisms exist for small business entrants? Thank you, Chair.
I think that's an important question for Member Stevens. Do we have other questions? Member Mwensu?
Thank you very much, Chair. On the situational analysis, page 17, I think the third paragraph, where there is a description of the harmful contribution alcohol consumption make in our society and some of the challenges you described there. Given this, because just the opening sentence, the harm caused by alcohol consumption is higher in deprived communities where liquor outlets are largely unregulated. I'm not going to get into the details of the entire paragraph, right? But the opening statement, for me, just profound. So, given this, what does the content of the situational analysis and this paragraph in particular say about the Western Cape as a province? And given what was supposed to be the mandate of the Liquor Authority, that's the first question. And related to it, maybe I think it's somewhere there. Let me not pose it in respect to the number of unregulated liquor outlets in the province. Page 18. I think the last statement, where you talk about the breakdown of applications, and now, for instance, there are about at least 360 approved and 59 refused. One is deeply interested on the location of the applications, both approved and refused. What do I mean by location? Where are they drawn from in terms of the applicants? Largely, are they from Greyfontein? Are they from Mitchell's Plain? Are they from Bishop's Courts? I'm just making that as an example because one wants to have a picture, a sense in respect to who applies the most, drawn from who, given this large number of approved, but also there is this number of disapproved. And somewhere there is a statement made in respect to this particular question, but as soon as we get to that one, maybe I'll raise another question. Then on
Just finish up this round. We can always come back for another round.
Oh, okay. Okay, no, it's fine then. Those are the two questions perhaps I wanted to pose for now. Directed by the chair, the Stalinist chair.
There we go. Right, can we just have those responses, please?
Chairperson, thank you very much. In relation to the compliance question, of course, you may recall that a number of years ago, we increased the inspectorate capacity considerably in terms of the Western Cape Liquor Authority. That was a concerted attempt to participate, I think, in the strategy of the Western Cape government in making the Western Cape a safer place. So essentially, what that entailed thus is ensuring that all of those complaints that come to our notice, to make sure that we investigate those. The other was ensuring that we get to all the license holders within a 12-month period. The reason partly for that was to introduce what we now call the Section 64, which essentially requires license holders that are problematic to apply to have their licenses renewed for the next year. So there's a considerable effort to making sure that those that are non-compliant member is in fact prohibited from continuing to trade or use their licenses going forward. In terms of the nexus then with, I think, trauma, accidents and the like in particular, the assumption is, of course, that the more effective and impactful we are in a given space, the more safer that particular space becomes. We have now a situation where a key indicator for the compliance unit is the development of situational analyses given a specific space. So if we identify within that particular space a challenge as far as liquor is concerned, meaning the availability and access to liquor, then the operations of the WC is informed by what that basically then indicates to us. So it's much more response driven in relation to identifying as correctly as we can the nexus between trauma, violence, crime, and criminality, and liquor generally in a particular space. So that essentially is key to what we are driving. In terms of the support for entry to that was the third aspect of your question, member. The support we are finalizing what is called the walk-in center. We have an online system that has been developed, but mindful that not everybody would have access to the online and devices and the like. You'll be amazed how many do, but there will be those that require assistance. So they are able to walk into our centers, but over and above that, we will also, going forward, use the Tusong mobile facilities in order to go to the specific regions and then making our services available there. That requires a strategy, of course, and communicating our availability in those areas throughout the provinces. But the walk-in center is intended to assist persons walking into our office, facilitating the application process. In terms of, I think, going on to the other members' questions, what does the content of the say about the province and its regulation? I think the statement there is referenced to the harm caused by alcohol is higher in deprived communities where liquor outlets are largely unregulated. I think there's a need for us to acknowledge what the reason is for unregulated for the mushrooming of unregulated license holders. Bear in mind, the mandate of the WCLA is in relation to those that are licensed. So we grant the license and we regulate the license, monitor it, and if need be, act against those. In terms of your unregulated space, the biggest challenge, and I mean, this is commonly understood, your biggest challenge to any applicant within the informal sector is the proximity to residential properties and the appropriate zoning for commercial business or for commercial use and application of that premises. So they are basically then it is the most fundamental challenge, or shall I just say stumbling block in relation to applications emanating from your informal settlements or any settlement for that matter, or any residential area for that matter. It is a process that is very expensive and the likelihood of success is also very things. But local government, of course, has to respond to those requests. If we do not receive that, the LLT cannot favorably consider a license. So I think one needs to accept that the biggest challenge to entries coming from the informal segment is appropriate zoning. A location of approved and so I think in terms of that, I can't indicate that offhand right now, but we will go look at our system and see to what extent it's possible to detect that. Can I just say right now, it is not something that you will just look at. If you just look at it, you'll be able to see. We have to look at how it is plotted, right, and then look to that. That's normally for licenses that exist. However, in applications, if you not granted, we don't plot those, unfortunately. So we'll have to find another mechanism to find a way of identifying those applicants, and then specifically creating a box for us to tick. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aronson.
Just so Simeon, we've got this based on the assessment that we've run. We've got the stats of the locations of many of the licenses. So just briefly, it's Stellenbosch is our biggest, the area with the most licenses, 590, and then we also have Paarl, 380, and then we go into and then Plettenberg Bay. They also have quite a few licenses, 150 in Plet. But when it comes to the metro chairperson, it's actually in Strand where we have the most licenses, followed by Milnerton and then Durbanville. And then when you look at the party areas or the restaurant areas, so Strand is 197, Milnerton 194, Durbanville 179. Seapen has got 178. And then Somerset West has also got, they're the biggest, they've got 250. So 197 for Strand and 250 for Somerset West. But as it gets into the townships, it's Kalitsa with 139 and Mitchellspring with 100, and the others have less than 50. But those are the ones we have the biggest concentration of liquor licenses. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I live in Somerset West and I've got a public meeting in Strand tonight. I might actually mention that to neighbourhood watchers. What I just wanted to say is I actually find it a bit of a strange contradiction that most of the questions to the licensing authority are always about the unlicensed establishments and the liquor harms, when in fact that is not what you do. It actually falls outside of your mandate. So in a way, addressing questions about how one enforces against unlicensed premises isn't really kind of what you do. So I do see that there is a sort of an issue with that. And I think that maybe as the committee, we should also then possibly have a hearing on the issue of how unlicensed premises are dealt with, so that we can also get very much a handle on that and understand that sort of section. Are there any other questions on this part? You indicated a follow-up, Member Pointer.
You are getting there. Kensu. Used to call me Kensu. Now Kensu, you are getting there. Okay. I think the acting HOD attempted to respond to this question because one wanted to have a sense of to what extent are working class communities benefiting or affected by this, right? In terms of one getting licensed or battling to get licensed. Now, the follow-up question then, given the what support in the period under review, has the entity, one, discovered the unregulated and importantly, successfully supported them? Discover the unregulated and successfully supported them to be licensed. I forgot the other one now. Ish, this thing of not writing was, yeah, okay. Let me just, maybe I'll sneak it somewhere. Sure.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Chairperson, thank you very much. As you correctly pointed out, Chairperson, our scope extends in terms of non-compliance to the licensed premises. However, we also remain mindful on a continuing basis that the network of distribution includes regulated outlets, meaning your distribution is enabled by those that have licenses. When we assessed and with all off-consumption premises, we're entitled to ask for records of volumes and of liquor traded. It then becomes apparent that some of the licensees, their records are disproportionate in terms of the size of the premises, as an example. So what you then pick up is they're probably selling on to illegal operations. When we discover this, of course, our sanctions or our processes are geared towards the licensed operator, and we inform the South African Police Service and other enforcement agencies in relation to the unlicensed premises. So we collaborate in terms of those operations. So in as far as licensed premises enable the unlicensed or the unregulated space, we focus and target on those. We don't just indicate that it's not our problem. I think that's the one comment that I'd like to make, Chairperson. And then the question. We support the unlicensed to be licensed. The question is very specific. So essentially, all I can say is that When any end body inquires or engages the WCLA, they are provided with an outline. So you can go to our website and you'll be indicated what you would require in terms of submitting an application, all the supporting documentation, the processes that we followed. That having been said, if you indicate or require assistance about how to do it, we'll indicate to you who to approach and the like. But bear in mind that our responsibility is to tell you how to do it. So that's what we accept in terms of our service offering. That happens on a daily basis. So outlining the kind of detail now in terms of the member's question, it is extremely difficult to indicate that information. Simply because we can give you a record of all the people that require assistance, so we can count the number. But identifying them specifically or isolating based on another criteria, unfortunately, we don't have that. We don't keep that specific record. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, member?
I was making that statement because early this year, I took one of your officials to Atlantis, where they interface with close to 100 unregulated liquor operators, and say, have a conversation with these men and women and see. And unfortunately, I haven't made a follow up to say, okay, out of those, how many have successfully applied and you supported?
Yeah.
Because for me, I think that the role of, okay, it may be a resolution. It should not just be about closing down, but here is the support government, the entity is providing for you, right, to be able to operate legally. There are those you know, there are those you do not know. Nothing.
You just to hook onto that as well. I don't know if you can answer this. In terms of license applications, is an indication of a lot of license applications, would it indicate that potentially it is those areas that would also have the most unlicensed premises, or is that, in your experience, not related at all? Thanks.
Well, the
Yeah.
CEO is just conferring with his colleague. When we consult, when we try and assist, or you ask us to go and assist the unlicensed liquor outlets to get a license. So thereby inferring that if you apply, we will give you a license if you comply to everything else. But then we forget there's a community involvement. So at what stage do we then say that we're an independent body that has a tribunal that will apply the mines independently? If we now go to that unlicensed liquor outlet and we're going against the will of that community, are we then now assuming the role of that community and saying we want it to be regulated? It's a fine line that says, and that we should not necessarily overstep. We can advertise and we can say you need to, but there's still the processes that need to go through. But us going there and trying to facilitate it means that we want to impose our will onto the community, which is not the right way to do it.
Thank you. Mr. Simeon?
Chair, sorry, I was trying to figure out the question. Sorry, I should have asked you something. So if I understand it correctly, Chairperson, the question is in relation to the ratio in terms of applicants, what ratio then thereof, what percentage thereof is emanating from those areas that are challenging? Is that what are unregulated?
On my question?
Yes.
No, my question is, if an area has a large number of liquor applications, can that be seen as an indicator that there may of essentially, it's a bit like saying, the more you have breathalyzers, the more drink driving people you're going to catch, essentially. So what I'm really saying is, does it indicate that that area wants to be licensed? Or is it potentially also an indicator that there are a large number of unlicensed premises in an area? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So is the amount of applicants for legal outlets
Mm,
an indicator either of a desire for legality,
mm.
or can it also be a red light to indicate that in that particular area there are potentially a lot of unlicensed premises?
Mhm.
If you understand what I mean by that
Yeah.
relationship, or is there no relationship at
Yeah.
all?
So, Chairperson, yeah, I mean, it's, yeah, I understand what your challenge is. So, when we receive applications, I think it is already common knowledge out there that those applications or applications stemming from, let's say, those areas where there are a number of illegal operators, those are already minimal, I think. So there's not many coming from that space because commonly it's understood what the challenges are in relation to that. I can relate an experience, I think 7 years ago, when with the alcohol harms reduction initiatives underway. One of them was about introducing a high street, so to speak, in Khayelitsha. Now you may have heard or not of it, but essentially what it was an attempt to get local government to zone appropriately in order for you to have high streets in residential areas that would then be able to be legitimate retail opportunities and licenses. The challenge then presented as, I think, local government and continue to present. Now, I can't speak to how many were in fact granted. I don't think any were already granted. It was before my time. But my knowledge is, what I do know is that I don't think any were granted eventually. So the challenge is primarily in those areas. So with people with that knowledge, then wouldn't bother to. But speaking to your very pertinent aspect, which is, do people would they like to be legit? Yes. I think that I think is a common thing to understand. So it's incumbent, I believe, not only on the WCLA because it's outside of control, but for government and all its entities holistically look at how do you cross that bridge? How do you ensure that you have zones that are capable of meeting the requirements for God? The other thing, which is, I suppose, a bit too radical, would be say, let's do away with that requirement. But then I think you basically frustrating efforts of local government to design their spaces in a particular way. Okay, I know it's not very helpful, but it is a complicated and vexed issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Member Boyson and then Member Prentu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to add to the question on a high street and whatever, I remember when I was a mayor, we wanted to duplicate Vilakazi Street in Plettenberg Bay, and we were shot down. So I share what you say that it's very difficult to get that. But Chairperson, my question is, because some of these outlets, whether licensed or not licensed, they are slaughterhouses within our communities. There are killings, there are shootings. Now, my question, Chairperson, through you is that when an outlet is a slaughterhouse, your relationship between yourselves and SAPS, do you get that information? And what do you take into account in not renewing a license when it has to come up for renewal? What reasons are you guys looking at? Or how do you turn a renewal down? Because as I was saying, Chairperson, that sometimes there is an outcry that a specific outlet should not be renewed because it's a slaughterhouse. So does the liquor guys get that information from SAPS or not? And if not, I think it's something that we need to pursue. Thank you.
No, the first point I wanted to, I think the acting AGOD understood me out of context. And I can't leave that unchallenged. It may suggest that Member Ngans was imposing that do a blanket approach of supporting. Yes, support, but within the prescript of the law, right? I never said no. Ignore the question of committee involvement for their contribution to approve or not to approve. But I think, and the point which Member Boyson makes, that regulated and unregulated, inevitably, liquor outlets become slaughterhouses. for me, I think is a consequence. That their slaughterhouses is a consequence of the challenge of rampant crime we're facing in the Western Cape, right? But the question for me, I mean, to the entity, given the statement made, and also experience evidence that where there are liquor outlets, right, there are pockets of crime, murders, assault GPH, and so on. What is it that can be done to ensure that existence of liquor outlets don't give birth to such crimes? Have I already described them? Thanks.
Thank you very much. We can just have responses on that.
Chairperson, thank you very much. So I'll respond to the questions in that they are very similar. I think the big question that first must be answered is, okay, if you're looking at the regulated space, which means those that have licenses and are capable of operating, I think there's a very clear and distinct modus operandi that we have at the Western Cape Liquor Authority. In as far as those that are not licensed and continue to be and basically make alcohol available in that space, our approach is also very specific in that we look at who is enabling those specific outlets. But I think there's a very important communication responsibility on us as the WCLA to make communities aware that a license, once granted, does not have to continue to exist if it's problematic in a particular space. And I think this is where we may have to, where we will be required to step up. And in this regard, now we have a clear strategy that we've brought on board around communication, is to ensure that our community partners, which are essentially then what we could call legislative partners, in the same way that we look at the local government, municipalities, and then the South African Police Service, which is more especially the DLOs in those particular spaces. One, if a challenge is particular and specific to an area, then we respond to that. The same would apply to new applicants coming from that space or emanating from that space. It is informed by what we believe should be looked at. The matter is placed before the LLT once again, whether you're a licensed applicant, or shall I say, you're non-compliant based on the fact that you have a license and the conditions are transgressed, or should you apply in the first instance? The LLT has to be satisfied that public interest is in. Complaints by communities must then be accessed. We should ensure that we have avenues of complaint because that forms the basis of our response in conjunction with defining the challenges in a particular response. So very often it may become apparent that in a particular space, your on-consumption licenses are most problematic. Then your efforts are geared towards those on-consumption licenses. Probably to respond to what is anecdotally quite prevalent, and that is that you would have murders happening in the between. We immediately, when that comes to our notice, we send inspectors to that so that they can suspend the outlet because we need to investigate to what extent the outlet is ensuring safety in their particular space. And after that, that matter is brought to the LLT and the LLT decides whether it continues or what process we follow should there be culpability on the part of the license holder. So there is a structured response to those particular environments, Chairperson. Collaboration, if I pick that up, that is required with other agencies. Of course, that is something that we're always striving towards because the unlicensed space is then their responsibility primarily. But if they become aware what enables that, we share that kind of information and we have joint ventures, or shall I say operational plans in response to that. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Aronson?
I really like this discussion, Chairperson. So I'd like to respond to the questions on how do you prevent liquor outlets from giving rise to alcohol harms? And you'd have heard me rambling off the numbers in terms of the number of liquor outlets. And that is because we're busy with establishing the Provincial Safety Coordination Center. A key part of that is getting the data of different data sets from different sources. And one data set that we got from the Liquor Authority was the location data of all liquor outlets. And we now want to overlay it with the crime stats and specifically the murder stats. But the intention is not necessarily to just go and close down those specific outlets because there's the economic imperative. So what we will be doing is we will engage, we see there's a high correlation between a number of liquor outlets and the number of murders or violent crimes in that area. It's about engaging those owners and the outlets rather than just closing down and making them also partly responsible to get a solution for us. Also, making sure that we address the behavior of men of 25 to 35-year-olds, because those are the men that's most vulnerable to violent crimes and homicides. And then lastly, it's the awareness campaign about substance abuse and when we drink, that we, specifically in those areas that we most likely to be the victims. So yes, we are looking at that, and that's why we have the stats of the outlets, overlaying it with different other data sets to see how we can address that problem. But we do not just want to close down because there are people whose life is dependent on, let's say, being there, they work there, they get the income from that. And then, as I said, we will be working with the Liquor Authority, but that is just at the statistical level at this stage. We still need to develop the program around that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I must say, I think it's a very interesting discussion, but we are beginning to delve into speculation and time is marching on. So if I may suggest that we possibly have a resolution that this matter should be discussed, and I think very much so, seeing the geolocation for transposing murders and outlets would be a very interesting discussion indeed. We can maybe bump that to the standing committee as a discussion, but to come back to this annual report at this point. So if there are no further questions on this section, can we move on to the performance information by component? That is on page 25. It runs to page 35. It's 10 pages. It deals with component 1, liquor licensing administration. Component 2, liquor licensing tribunal. Component 3, compliance and enforcement. 4, communication, education, and stakeholder relations. 5, finance, and 6, corporate services. So it's 10 pages from 25, or it's 11 pages, from 25 to 36. Do we have any questions on that section? Please mention the page, and we can then move through that section. Right, I am looking for hands. Member Quincy? Member, just
You believe that the closure of liquor stores, licensed or unlicensed, would indeed help in reducing violent crimes. On page 25, I make a statement about incomplete applications resulting in delays in performance. And again, one is deeply interested on who's most affected or where are these incomplete applications drawn from. One wants to establish the level, perhaps could that be attributed to illiteracy, or are the guidelines clear, and what could perhaps be the basis for such to be incomplete? And also on the portal, that yes, there is a portal which is used, but not a number of people. And one again is deeply interested on who uses the portal the most. has this been accessible or be used often in working class townships in particular? And for now, let me pause. I mean, let me leave it. Let me pause there.
Thank you. Yes, please.
The first question, Chairperson. So do we believe, and I'm not going to push this one to the Liquor Authority, because it was a key part of a discussion during our engagements on the Western Cape Safety Plan. Do we believe that closure of liquor outlets, licensed or unlicensed, will reduce the violent crimes and the harms on the society? Yes. And how do we know it? COVID has proved it. And also our stats from our health department in terms of the trauma cases shown that most of the arms over weekend is alcohol induced, the violent crime arms. So yes, it will make a huge difference.
Any other responses? Okay.
So in terms of the percentage and identifying the applicants, or isolating to whom, and I'm suspecting you're referring to areas, Chairperson, in terms of where they emanate from. So I think the issue, I think generally is, if you are by and large compliant, let's say you would have most of the documentation applicable, then the inquiry around that is simply then what else is needed. It could very well be ranging from things such as there are community objections, and based on those community objections to that, you'd have to interrogate that a bit further. Should those objections be received, you have to process them in a way that you present the other party, whether it be the applicant or the objector, with an opportunity to respond to that. So on the face of it, I can assure you that has got nothing to do from where the application comes, because if you get that far, then you probably have most of the inquiry, the documentation before or tabled, and the holdup would be just something around the information already provided. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any follow-up?
There was also, Chair, a question who uses the portal the most. Essentially, this is, I think, where we are very supportive and helpful of those that enter. The persons not using the portal are, by and large, at this point, still our representatives of the liquor applicants. So the people most using this are your small operators engaging us and registering profiles. Thank you, Chair.
Any follow-ups on that section? Okay, right. Section 4, revenue collection. It's a short section, but I think it's relatively critical. That is pages 38 and 39. Do we have any questions on revenue collection? Should we keep it warm for you, or can we move on? Okay, part C is governance. Governance is something that is dealt with by SCOPA this afternoon. We then have part D, which is human resource management. We'll then be finished with the section. Have you got a question on that, member? Because you're looking at me like you do. So human resource management is from pages 53 through to 59. And this is quite a lot of stats and numbers. Do we have questions on this section? Pages 55 to 59, human resource oversight statistics.
Thank you very much, Chair. On page 56, on the question of vacancies, right? For instance, how long has this position been vacant? I think they're about 25, if I read it correctly. You know, and what's the plan? And at what extent is the filling of these vacancies linked to your EE plan? Page 57, resignations. 9, I'm sorry, 7, and of course 2 retired. One is deeply interested to understanding the location of those resigned in terms of the positions or categories or levels and the basis for resignations in their exit interviews. What did they say as basis for them to leave this entity? I was looking at, you go to page 58. On the question of women. What was my question? Now, if you look at this one, there appears to be fewer women. And what is the plan in this instance in respect to address the gender question in the entity? Thanks.
Thanks. Right, responsive.
Chairperson, thank you very much.
Because, sorry, through you, if you look at the dominance of women, they are found in the semi-skilled level and the lesser at the top and senior management. You know, thank you very much.
Chairperson, thank you very much. In relation to vacancies, the question was in terms of the 20, how long they've been, that has been one of our particular challenges in relation to, as I've indicated in the introduction, is that our processes in relation to HR was quite, at that point, very much manual, and to a greater extent, some of that challenges have now been addressed. How that was addressed was simply we've automated some of our systems and our processes. We are now compelled to make application online, as an example. You have a pre-screening questioning of that. So we don't peruse 160 CVs that we used to in the past. We now scrutinize what is automatically then created as a shorter long list. Once we look at that, we verify the responses to those questions as an example, and then we apply a further criteria in relation to the number of key performance areas identified, and then on the basis of that, the shortlisting. To give you an indication, Chairperson, for instance, the time it took then was at the very least for shortlisting was easily quite, after closing of the ad, between 2 and 3 months. Right now, as an example, the vacancy that arose, when, Marvin?
15th of September.
15th of September, we have a shortlist already for that, and we're scheduling interviews very soon for that exercise. I think the other challenge that we particularly have in terms of recruitment and the policies applicable to that is that it has been written, unfortunately, in a very limiting or prescriptive manner, which then means it left the Western Cape Liquor Authority and the governing board with very limited room to explore, expediting some of the processes. We are in the process now of reviewing the policies relating to remuneration, but more importantly, in terms of HR, which are negotiated, or shall I say, which are consulted with the custodial department, but more importantly with provincial treasury. Once we have that, I think the process, in addition to the things that we have already done, will be expediting that. We are very pleased with the current development in relation to turnaround times. The other question was in relation to, you're saying 7% of the vacancies. You wanted the reasons? Oh, yes. Okay, Marvin, can you respond to that then?
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the question relating to the EE plan, so we've got an employment equity plan that we utilize when it comes to identifying the designated groups. And upon shortlisting, we make sure that the majority of applicants that we invite for interviews is linked to the designated groupings as indicated on our EE plan. So with the EE plan, we have plans in place to address the barriers of entry for your less, not your less, but your target women and disabled individuals. So again, that's a plan that is constantly a working in progress plan, and we constantly look at that. So yes, the plan is extensively used in terms of filling our vacancies, Chairperson.
There was a further question in relation to what were the reasons for resignation. There were a total of 7 resignations. Invariably, the reason provided in terms of the exit interviews was better service conditions. Always the case. The areas most impacted was the second aspect of that quicker question would be finance. Finance was a key one, and the other one was within the compliance and inspectorate, which is the other larger component of the WCLA. We're losing people there to municipalities. I think that's the one thing, and other provinces as well.
Right. Any further questions on that section?
I did not clearly get the reasons for departure of the 7. I didn't hear you.
If we could maybe just clarify the reasons for the departures or the resignations, please.
Service benefits, that relates to higher salaries. That's the one thing, and perks associated with the position. So for instance, somebody that went to the Eastern Cape very recently, there was a jump in almost 200,000 in her salary, basically for that. The others are that generally municipalities appear to be paying much more than government employees, and so they go there. In terms of our challenge with finance, however, bear in mind that our levels in terms of finance are lower than what generally is paid within government. So where you would have a deputy director in government, you have an assistant director with us. Okay, the exposure of our assistant director is quite much more vast and extensive than the individual within government, because we are required to make better use of our resources, which means we combine certain functions. Once they're in that particular space and they are interviewed, they are then show much more promise, and they are attracted much more readily by other departments. The 2 very specific areas that we've lost in terms of that is supply chain management, and the other is the risk and compliance. That is highly sought after personnel, it would appear, by other departments. We're not losing them to private sector, we're losing them to government.
Okay. Do we have a follow-up on that? Please go ahead.
And thanks for this response. And importantly, you took it further, indicating as to where they're going to. Now, then one is deeply interested to understand as to how long does one stay in the position, at least at average, thanks.
Chair, I think the response would be, if you're looking at the compliance in the incumbent that we had, I'm ashamed to say that position was 2 months, to just give you. The reason for that was that the individual applied for 2 positions, both ours and somebody else. We gave our process was shorter than the others, and we gave a response sooner than the others. However, the salary was a big discrepancy. Again, there the distinction was between ours and what was paid for exactly the same function by local government. There it was something like 300,000. So that's just to provide an indication. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. And this was also noted by Member Johnson. So that's something just to bear in mind. Is that it? Anything further? Okay, right. That is that section. We then have sections E and F. That would be PFMA compliance report and financial information, also to be dealt with by SCOPA this afternoon. So that is it for the Liquor Authority. I just want to ask the Liquor Authority if you have any final comments you would like to make. Otherwise, we are complete with this section.
Chairperson, I appreciate it and really appreciate the vigor questioning of what we are doing, simply because the attempt is to be better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That deals with that section. I will excuse the Liquor Authority. I think also let's take a 5-minute body break just while the Liquor Authority is able to exit. And we will recommence. It's now 9:41. We'll start again at 9:45. Thank you, everyone. Okay, if we can settle down and then we can commence with the Western Cape Police Ombudsman. Okay, in this section, we are dealing with the entity, as I say, of the Ombudsman. It is part A, general information, part B, performance measurement and governance. And then we have part C, which is highlights. Before we kick off, I just want to find out, are there any introductory remarks, Jen, already? Yes, member?
Am I the only one who received this document today?
I received mine late. I have been away though. Member, have you received your?
Because I went out.
Okay, it was hand delivered on the 7th of October. So I think that might be an internal issue to take up with your office staff as to where the documents are.
I think also Poison received his one.
No, to be fair, we received it. I received mine probably a week ago.
Okay.
No, not this one. This one.
No, I'm talking about this one.
Ombudsman.
Yes. Because for instance, I was at the office yesterday, right? And I woke up early in the morning because I took mine, I think last week or so, home. Now I thought that maybe I made a mistake with my packs, and I went to other members in the ANC packs, right? It was not there. No, I'm saying yes, of course. I mean, we're in the same caucus. Stevens here, right, claims that she does not have this.
Look, the
It's
trouble,
not part of.
it's on the agenda for today. It's not very long.
No, you don't get the point.
Mm.
The point to getting a document in advance, it enables you as a member to properly prepare for the meeting.
Yes, I
To
understand.
prepare
Ms.
for the
Mac-
meeting, it's not about reading what is before you. It is also about researching to verify what is contained in the document.
Let's find out from the procedural officer.
Thank you, Chairperson. Member, the document was hand-delivered by me to your respective assistants on the same day that the other members also received it. Yes. There were two officials in your office and I handed it to them.
That's why I say I think it's something you might need to take up with your office staff to ensure the documents get to you timeously.
Was it handed together with other documents or separately?
Thank you, Chair. It was hand-delivered by me it was only that document. The other annual reports were delivered elsewhere. On the day that the hard copies were delivered to me, the clerk of papers was working remotely and I took it upon myself to rather have it hand-delivered when I got it on the same day.
I take note of that, Chair, but what comforts me is the fact that Member Stevens, who does not have this, unfortunately, EFF is not here, Member Hassan, right? One was going to be interested whether did she receive and when did she receive it. I got this one from Mr. What? Deda? The another chair procedural officer. I got this here, just here in the chamber this morning.
Okay, but you've heard that from the department side and from the procedural officer, they were delivered timeously. So I think it's something to take up with the political assistants. So, General Reddy, have you got any introductory remarks?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members, colleagues, HOD. Thank you once again for the opportunity as we present our 24-25 annual performance report. This is the fourth report that I'm presenting before this House since I took office in 2021. And as I begin my 5-year non-renewable term, I hope that the process for appointing my successor can start as soon as possible to avoid delays. My contract comes to an end in September of 2026. The Honourable Chair and members, you will notice that this report has many changes in terms of the format, design, layout, and so on. And I want to place on record my appreciation to my head of office, Ms. Kim Sil, who's sitting next to me, for the creativity and the efforts to make the report more user-friendly and readable despite the statistical data contained therein. After our meeting last year, we went back and we immediately began to address some of the concerns that were raised by the honourable members. We increased our outreach efforts throughout the province. We visited all the districts. We also are now engaged with the GCIS initiative, where we send our personnel to the rural areas so that they can reach out to those communities. We are part of the First Thursdays, where Minister Murray is supporting the office in terms of complaints that come through to her. She does referrals to the desks that we have. We've done TV interviews, radio interviews, etc., to just share our mandate so that the people of this province understand we exist, what we do, and how we can assist them. However, what we've seen in this report is that despite our outreach efforts, the number of complaints in terms of statistics have gone down. And it might be a positive indicator to indicate that the levels of trust and confidence in policing in the province have improved. However, I don't have any scientific base to make this assessment. So we will continue to focus on our community engagements and outreach to ensure that more people become aware of our office and what we do. We've also shifted to introducing something called the alternative dispute resolution. It's a methodology where we try to resolve complaints in a speedy manner, because our current investigation is quite complex and we have a turnaround time of 90 days for a full investigation. So the alternative dispute resolution requires both parties, the SAPS largely, or the Cape Town Metro Police Department, and the complainant to agree before we can intervene. Thank you. I think I'll stop there for now.
Thank you very much. And I must just say, from the perspective of the committee, we certainly do want to have a further engagement with you. It just has been a rather hectic few months, but we will certainly be doing that and paying attention to that. Those are the opening remarks. Are there any questions on those opening remarks? No. Okay. So part A, which is largely formalistic, is general information. Pages 8, 9, 10, 16, and 20. So it goes from page 8 to page 23. I'm going to do that as one section before we get to governance and performance management. Are there any questions on that section from anybody? Section part A, general information, from 6 to 22. Okay. Then I think the real sort of issues here are in performance measurement and governance, from page 23 to pages 45. You've got your annual performance plan indicators, your technical indicators, complaints information on page 28. And then it itemizes it per police station. While I give, yes, I've got Member Boyson, then I also have a question. Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, mine is based on page 28. Chairperson, this is an extraordinary achievement in terms of complaints being finalized. And one would wish that in general, that would happen within SAPS as well. My question, Chairperson, is that what would be an example of a finalized complaint? I'm just looking at, surely some complaints must be very difficult. And I see here that your record, the General through you, Chairperson, is extraordinary, that it's almost 100%. Whenever you receive a complaint, you finalize it. What would be an example of an easy complaint or a difficult complaint? Now, for me, a difficult complaint, because if we lay a charge at a charge office, it takes forever to be resolved. Now, what if I come and I complain about my charge not being followed up? How would that be resolved? As an example.
Thank you. If I can just also add on to that, if I look at page 32, when it talks about the complaints category, the highest would be 90, which is category G, general complaint. And then 70 is inquiries. If I could maybe just probe what general complaint and inquiries indicates. And then category C, which is also the third highest at 67, is poor investigation. If you could maybe just unpack that. Does that indicate investigations that don't go according to the way the complainant would wish? Or is it about substantively poor investigations? Thank you. And then Member Gwentru.
Thank you very much, Chair. Employing what could be described as a speedy writ, as a basis to make contribution, given the challenge I raised that I only received the document here. One is deeply interested, I think, on page 28, on the complaints, because they are not described in respect to the nature of complaints, which you often get. At average, what's the nature of the complaints you often get, in this instance? And I think also one appreciates the drop, also, and where are these complaints drawn from? On page, on the recommendations to SAPS, I think also I'll be building to the point made by the chair. There are recommendations you are making, but also as a result of what you describe to poor investigation, lack of, what do you attribute this to? This one of poor investigation, and also delays on responses to emergencies and report incidents, and also make a point about administrative reforms. You call for administrative reforms, Have you located these recommendations within the crisis of budget cuts? The South African Police Service, like any other departments, is facing. For instance, the administrative, what do you call administrative reforms? In the period, and for the past more than 5 years, as far as I understand, the South African Police Service has not been employing those who belongs to what is called Public Service Act. It's only the Police Service, the Police Act members who are now employed. And as a consequence of that, men and women in blue are made to make turns, either to be cleaners or do data capturing. So have you located your recommendation within that particular context, so that recommendations are not made for the sake, and to ensure that there is some degree of visibility on the recommendations you are making based on the neoliberal austerity crisis we are facing in the country? For now, those are the questions, Chair, I would like to put forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The first question from Member Boysons relating to the easy versus the difficult complaints and how do we resolve them. So because we deal with policing inefficiencies, our scope is very broad. And if we get a complaint, an example that I can give you, someone goes to a police station, they open a case, and they hear nothing from the police thereafter. So the standard procedure should be that they receive a SMS at least indicating the case number, the investigating officer with the contact details. So in that type of complaint, it's a relatively simple, easy one to resolve. And there, in cases like that, the alternative dispute resolution comes in where it's a phone call and then the person can be given the case number. The more complex cases are those that require full investigation. For example, if they say that the police officers came to the premises, they kicked down the door, they beat people up, and they searched the premises and confiscated items, no search warrant was produced, no arrest warrant was produced, etc., that would require much more intense investigation. So we would then look at the version of the complainant, look at the evidence of the complainant, we would look at the witnesses of the complainant. Thereafter, we would engage the police to hear the other side of the explanation, and we give them a period of 30 days, which are working days, within which they can look at the complaint after we issue a notification, and they would then provide us a response. But in the interim, our investigators proceed with the investigation. So they would visit the police station, they would request copy of the occurrence book or copies of the docket, etc., copies of the search warrants to get all the information. Once the information is obtained, they would do an analysis of the information that's available and then make a determination in terms of the policy and procedure which is applicable in SAPS and in law. Have they been followed? If not, why not? If there's an adverse finding, if the laws were not complied with and not followed, and an adverse finding is then made. Once that is signed off, the police have a period of 7 days within which to respond to me in terms of whether they agree or disagree with that finding. And in that period, they are at liberty to submit their additional information. Once that comes through, the investigating officer will look at what the police have now responded to. If they have provided additional information, does it add value to the investigative process? If it does, the investigator might make a new recommendation to me. In the light of the additional information received, I may change my mind in relation to the adverse finding. However, if I do not see value in what was submitted, I then maintain my finding and I then issue a directive that they must give attention to the shortfalls that have been identified. So that's a little more complex. Sometimes if they provide the information, a copy of the warrant, search warrant, etc., then it's possible that we have unsubstantiated finding. However, we also can give recommendations because when a police officer comes to your place, you are supposed to identify yourself. You are supposed to produce a copy of the warrant. So it doesn't help that you have it, but when the complainant requests it, you then don't produce it. The complaint categories, Honorable Chair, in terms of, that was on page 32. So the inquiries, now what we find is that there are many complainants out there who, when they require help, don't know where to turn to. So because of our extensive marketing and our outreach programs, we find people reaching out to us, but many times they have complaints about the motor vehicle insurance. The insurance has not paid out. Sometimes it's relating to the city, the electricity or a portal, etc. So we would receive the complaint. We then go through a process of analysis and verification. When we find it's not in our mandate, we would then do a referral. So we do not turn away any person. We refer them to the relevant individuals, and they then are at liberty to take that up. Sometimes we get complaints lodged with us from other provinces, and we then have to explain to them we unfortunately do not have jurisdiction over any other province. We're the only police ombudsman in the country. And we then refer it to the police inspectorate that deals with complaints. So poor investigation, as the name indicates, this is quite a number of cases where you'll find a complainant is unhappy. They've provided the evidence, they've provided the information, but the suspect is seen walking around. Whether it's a domestic related matter or an assault, whatever the case may be, they feel that the police are not investigating the case thoroughly and properly in order to bring the perpetrator to book. We would look into that complaint, and we would then highlight that the detective component need to pay attention to the investigation process so that the matter can be brought before court. So we also highlight to the complainants that the police need to investigate to arrest and not arrest to investigate, so that they then lose a case in court. In terms of the general complaints, we've done a review of our complaint category. So in our next annual performance report, you'll see new categories. We've done an alignment to the National Civilian Secretariat for Police Service to their complaint categories. So SAPS has also done that. It makes it easier across the board. But the general complaints are those that do not have a specific category under the current categories that we have. So if somebody calls and lays a complaint which is not in a specific, so for example, it's not a poor response or a poor investigation, we then categorize it as general. Sometimes we have more than one complaint lodged in one complaint, but many categories in the one complaint. So we would then categorize that under general, and we would then deal with each of the specific complaints within the general category. It makes it easier because in the past, one of my predecessors was allocating complaint numbers to each complaint, each category in one complaint, and that was inflating stats. So during my term, I thought it's actually one complainant, one incident, the same date, time, and place. So instead of trying to boost and push up the number of complaints that we handle, we deal with them under this category, but we address every aspect of that complaint. Member Nkenchu, the nature of the complaints, as you indicated, we do have it reflected. The nature is going to, it's not a substantial change. It's just for an alignment so that people understand that the Civilian Secretariat for Police actually manage things nationally, and we do an alignment because we work closely with the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety. Our Director, Eki Simalani, and his team, so that when there's a reporting, the reporting is done from our office to his office, and he then reports to the national component. So in terms of the recommendations to SAPS, in the past, as I mentioned when I did my introductory remarks, we had a standard format for the past, I would say, 10 years. This is the first year we've tried the new format, because what we found on the standard format is that there wasn't much response from the police in terms of the recommendations that we had made in the annual report. So we then took categories in terms of the adverse findings specifically, or the nature of complaints that are submitted to us. And we then highlighted to them that in relation to these matters, we would like you to address them in the following manner. So, for example, if you have a police station where there's a complaint against a specific detective for poor investigation, we might get 2 or sometimes 3 cases. Whilst we expect SAPS to deal with that and to address that detective, we also want them to deal with it throughout the province, so that the rest of the detectives become aware that this is a complaint from the community, and SAPS then needs to, on a regular basis, provide feedback to complainants. The other category that the member mentioned was the delays to emergencies. One example that I can give you there is we had a complaint lodged with our office. It was after the fact, but it was a domestic violence matter. And the husband had locked the wife in the house. And when the sister of the wife was trying to get hold of her, she detected that there was something wrong. So they went to the police station and tried to make a report. The police then accompanied them to the house. When they got there, the husband opened the door and he indicated now everything is in order. So the house is a double story, and the police then allegedly saw the wife on the first floor, and she nodded to them that everything was in order. So they didn't go in, they didn't interview, they didn't check and verify the complaint. The sister who was present wanted them to do that, but they used their discretion at that stage to determine that everything is okay, and they then left. Another family member went to a different police station with a similar complaint and asked the police to come through because they were not satisfied with the initial response of the police. When the second group came through, they found that the wife was not at the house. She was transported to hospital by ambulance. And unfortunately, she succumbed to the injuries that she had. So if the police had dealt with this adequately in the initial stage, the treatment could have been meted out much sooner to get the ambulance there, etc. So that people understand we're dealing with life and limb, and that we take these matters very serious, especially when it comes to gender-based violence and domestic violence. In terms of the third point on the admin reforms and the context relating to the budget, I think the pressure in the police to deal with the crime problem has resulted in the recruitment of more police officers than the PSA personnel, which the member is correct about. We deal with complaints that are lodged to our office. So we don't have own initiative powers where we can see something happening and then we initiate that. So our investigations didn't deal directly with that concern in terms of the administrative response. But it is true that there are police officers who are doing administrative work who could be better utilized out on the streets dealing with crimes. So in terms of the administrative response, the police have certain rules, regulations, policies, and prescripts. So we are asking them to ensure that their personnel comply with that. Because, for example, if you talk about feedback on cases, there's a policy that requires the detective to provide feedback to a complainant on a regular basis. There's a policy that requires that you must provide a case number, etc. So if they fail to deal with these administrative issues, they are bottlenecks. They can use, the WhatsApp messages. They can use SMS, telephone call. Sometimes there's complaints about the resourcing at the police station. They don't have vehicles. A member of the community calls in on a Saturday night or a Sunday night, and the police then fail to respond on time, and they then indicate that they only have one vehicle available to service sometimes quite large areas. So those are the issues that we've identified, and we've then asked them to look at, so that especially during the hotspot, the high crime or peak periods, and in the hotspot areas, that they attempt to deploy maximum resources to address the crime there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got a question that also emanates from what you've just been saying on page 33 with the complaints received against police stations. I'm not going to unpack all the stats now, but I've just got a question. In your experience, do the number of complaints against individual police stations correspond with essentially the efficiency or the level of service of those police stations? Because I see some of the very high crime police stations have a very small amount of complaints. Or does it say more about the fact that you've got a population being serviced who is vocal and who will complain versus potentially communities that have got so many crime problems that they've essentially disengaged from the process? Thank you. And then I've got Member Gwensu, Member Boyson. Member Gwensu, want to ask your question?
No, mine is just a follow-up. I like this line, advocate. This has been my line, and when I lead a critique of poor investigation, and I would make a point and say, as long as you arrest to investigate, cases are going to be thrown out of the court. That you secure an arrest, an A2 statement becomes an arresting statement, no witness statement whatsoever. We're going to lose cases. That has been my consistent line. The point, okay. Here are the recommendations. Of these recommendations and maybe other recommendations, I have no doubt that you have communicated with the police. Are there any instances where you would see or learn that your recommendations were implemented or carried out? That no recommendation for the sake. Are they enforceable? If the police don't want to, what powers do you have as ombudsman in this instance? And how often do you interface with the police boss, the provincial commissioner in this instance, in relating your experiences based on the work you are doing on the ground, to to ensure that the police is quite efficient, it's quite effective. And I did not get to contextualizing these recommendations within the context of the persisting budget cuts, which deals with the capacity of the police, a big blow in respect to resourcing, in respect to vehicles, as well as personnel in this instance. So there are two areas, if you were to categorize our city or the Western Cape. You will have your Mitchell's Plain and you'll have your Mowbray or Rondebosch. That is why that's the question I raised earlier as to how often do you get cases from Rondebosch? Rondebosch kind of police station, not Rondebosch per se as a police station, in terms of the population they serve. And also, I'm not sure whether the chair has posed this question. Have you established whether the size of the communities police stations serve is equal to the time? I mean, it's no longer, I mean, the police size is equal to the size of the population. Have you considered that investigation as a base to build a case about whether the basis for the police to be inefficient and not to be inefficient and effective? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Voice.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, my question is based on what I've witnessed in the ad hoc committee in Parliament, where criminal activities are seen or mentioned by the media and nothing has happened because nobody came to lay a complaint. Now, my question to the Ombudsman is that in that case, when they see something in the media and not all communities have the resources to come to his office or to phone, do they follow up? Because, and as an example, on podcasts, there's a lot of podcasts, and I've watched a podcast where there was a complainant, a criminal act happened and nobody followed up and whatever. Now I'm just thinking, and I actually now feel guilty and I forgot about taking it up with the Ombudsman. Now my question is, if somebody in the Ombudsman's office watch something like that, do they take action? Or has it got to be an official complaint by the victim? Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Yes, Member Kaiser-Philander.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question hails, I think, from page 28. There's also a reference to page 32 as well, based on complaints. If I could perhaps just understand in terms of complaints received based on responsiveness. Now, Chairperson, how do you monitor us working in the community? And I'm sure yourself are acutely aware of those type of complaints. Now, is it a matter of dealing with a complaint when I look at the finalized complaints? Is it a matter of dealing with that complaint and then we're done with it? And over 2 days, the same complaint will reach your office, you deal with it, and that's the way that you deal with it? Or how do you monitor those specific types of complaints when it comes to, say, for example, at a specific police station? What is the method, the long-term method, if I can put it like that, in terms of not just finalizing that specific complaint, but inherent intervention into that complaint? That's the first question. And then my second question, Chair, with your indulgence, also based on the challenges in the police service itself. And I mean, that's constantly highlighted by our communities in terms of service delivery. In the view of the Ombudsman, what is his view on the decentralization of community, or rather of policing competencies to the provincial authority or to the local authority? Thank you, Chair.
Member Stevens?
Thank you, Chair. I've just got two questions. The one is, does the law enforcement and the lead complaints, is it also in this total, or is it just for the normal SAPs? And then the other question is, I know there's at some police stations, there's also a complaint box. Does the complaints that the community put in their boxes, those, especially the community that doesn't have access to get through to the ombudsman itself, does the police stations also forward that complaints to the ombudsman, or do they keep it at the police station? How do they deal with that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In terms of the complaints reflected on page 33, the number of complaints per police station and in relation to the population, whether they're vocal and whether they disengage. Well, what we find is that there are some communities that are actively involved. Whether you look at the Community Police Forum, whether you look at the Neighborhood Watch, they're active citizens. They want to be involved. And we find in other places, people don't really want to engage, especially in the rural areas. You can address a hall, and you might get one, if you're lucky, two people coming up and making a complaint. So I'm not sure if it's apathy or whether they're satisfied with the service that they receive. We don't encourage them to complain for the sake of complaining. They must have a valid complaint. Our processes then determines whether the complaint is valid or not. So you'll see we have frivolous complaints that we can actually deal with in a different manner. So it's the level of awareness. Usually when there's an awareness campaign, the number of complaints increase. And in the high crime areas, it's, I would say, people have so many issues that they deal with that many of them don't regard this as serious enough to use their time to deal with. And you'll find that if there's a ministerial imbizo, or if the MEC, Minister Marais, visits the community, they would lodge their complaints to her and a liaison officer. Then we have referrals coming from those quarters to us. But we are still in the process of trying to do a service delivery indicator to identify the levels of satisfaction with the police, with our office, in the province overall. We haven't gotten down to that. We'll try and finalize that in the current financial year, just to get a sense of why are people not reporting? Is there a problem? Or is there an issue that the levels of trust has improved? If you look at the previous years, the amount of efforts that have been put in place to try and address these type of complaints. So unfortunately, I cannot give you a clear answer in terms of what people think and why they would or would not. But we try and make available the information through education and awareness. We've upgraded or in the process of upgrading our complaints management system, looking at the online complaints that can come through, making it user-friendly. People can complete the complaint form online so that they don't have to come all the way to our office in order for them to lodge the complaint. We're also looking at satellite engagements where, for example, in Saldanha, there's an office that the mayor will make available that we will utilize when we are in that area so that we can engage the communities there. Just trying to ensure that the person who does not lodge a complaint, the reason is not that they don't know about our office or the avenues available to them. On the other hand, we have a lot of complaints lodged directly with the police. They have their frontline office, the complaints, and one of the members spoke about these boxes, suggestion boxes and complaints boxes. Unfortunately, at this stage, we don't engage in those type of. It's for the local police. They look at those complaints and then they attend to them. We've had many instances where the local police officers would refer complaints to us as the ombudsman, and we would then look into that. So in terms of the follow-up further on the recommendations that we make, we unfortunately do not have enforcement powers. So we make recommendations to the police, and we have a new category that we've recently introduced, and it's becoming more prominent, where we speak about complaints which are substantiated and resolved. So there we are certain that those complaints were dealt with. I think it's on page 29. You'll see around the middle, it says substantiated but resolved. There's about 36 of them. Many of the withdrawn cases also sometimes fall in that category. So what happens when our office engages with the police and the police then go back to the complainant doesn't want to proceed with the matter. They would, because the police gave them the case number, they elect to withdraw the matter. So it cuts short the processes and speedies up the resolution. But those that we deal with, and this is largely through the alternative dispute resolution, where we're trying to satisfy the complainant and the police at the same time, ensuring our independence and neutrality in our dealings. And therefore, we're finding there's more and more substantiated and resolved. So those which we cannot achieve that during the investigative process, we would then recommend, we'll submit specific recommendations on what the police should do. However, the unfortunate situation is that we don't have post-monitoring powers. So whether the police does something about it or not, we cannot determine. And as I mentioned in the previous session that I was here last year, that this House actually has that power through law to summon the police, the Provincial Commissioner, to come and give an account of what have they done in terms of our recommendations. So we do meet with the Provincial Commissioner, but he has delegated Brigadier Hoskin to handle matters on his behalf, and Deputy Provincial Commissioner Foskale. So when it comes to complaints related issues, I engage with them. And we also engage with the Office of the National Commissioner through Lieutenant General Peter Jacobs, where he is assisting us to try and get our recommendations addressed by the police. Further, we've had an instance where the District Commissioner of Saldanha, or the West Coast District rather, invited me to address all the station commanders and senior personnel in that district. And we then highlighted to them what our mandate is. We highlighted the type of complaints we receive from the community. We highlighted the recommendations that we made. And there's an effort to improve the relations and the cooperation between the police and my office. Brigadier Oskin also attended that work session, and the SAP's legal services, General Giorgio, was part of that session. So I made a recommendation to her, and I need to follow it up with the provincial commissioner, that the rest of the districts have similar engagements where they invite us and we then deal, besides focusing on the communities, we then focus on the police, and that we can also address some of the administrative issues that can be dealt with. The budget cut issue and the challenges relating to the vehicles and the personnel. Unfortunately, as I said before, we don't have own initiative investigations. Until we get a complaint coming through to us, that's the only time we would initiate the investigation and look into these matters. So up to so far, we haven't had that complaint coming through. So we haven't dealt with it specifically. The police stations, Rondebosch versus Mitchell's Plain. You see, when you're dealing with human beings, people have their own culture and they have their own ways on how they resolve matters. Some of them, and it's not about where they come from, because sometimes the person that complains from Rondebosch will not give in. They would phone our office sometimes on a weekly basis. How far is your investigation? What is going on? And they want accountability. Compared to someone from Mitchell's Plain in the example that you gave, they would lodge the complaint and they would wait for the due process to unfold. But it can be vice versa as well. So it depends on who we're dealing with and what value that complaint that they lodge has to them. Many times we get complainants who've made applications for firearm licenses and they have not received their firearm license. So that's a national competency, and we then would deal with it through the relevant components at the national level. You get other instances where individuals apply for jobs or apply for PDPs. Maybe they want to drive a taxi, etc. And there's delays in the process, administrative processes. Sometimes a person was arrested but not convicted. So either the case was withdrawn or for whatever reason it didn't reach its finality. And this person has a record. So if they want to get a job, they cannot, because the police system shows that they have a record. So they would come to us and we would then engage with the local fingerprint office to get that record corrected. But unfortunately, we have to investigate first to ensure that what the complainant is telling us is accurate before we make a determination on what the police should actually do. The Member Boyson, in terms of the criminal matters that are appearing in the Parliament and the follow-ups, unfortunately, we do not have own initiative powers. So there is amendments that have been submitted through the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety, certain amendments to the Act, and that's still in the pipeline. I'm not sure how long that pipeline is, but I'm aware that it is receiving attention. Member Kaiser, in terms of the responsiveness and they finalize the intervention. When we deal with the matter, there are simple matters and there are complex matters. Simple matters, the person wants a case number, then our cases, that investigation file is closed off once the person has got the case. But you have other instances where there's a complaint about the investigation itself. So when we engage and when we investigate, you'll find that the police now have acted on it and they've made the arrest, etc. So then we would close our file. But you find maybe 2 or 3 months down the line, the complainant comes back to us and says, listen, you've dealt with it and the police did something about it, but now in the last 2 months or 3 months, I've had nothing from them. So instead of us lodging or opening a new complaint, we will then review that file. So we will bring that file out of the archive. The investigator will make a submission to me to reopen the investigation. We will then submit a letter. So we don't follow the entire process. Well, in the letter, we will highlight to the provincial commissioner that we've investigated the matter. This was the outcome. This was the agreement. The complainant has come back to us now, and the complaint has not been adequately dealt with. Please give attention to it. Many times it's dealt with and the complainant is satisfied. It all depends on the level of satisfaction of the complainant. So if the complainant is satisfied, then we would close the matter. Sometimes you have a situation where we find that the police have done the feedback and they have proof, either in the form of a SMS or the contact details recorded in the investigation diary. We would then bring that to the attention of the complainant. And sometimes it might be a domestic violence situation where, let me reverse the role and say the husband is demanding that the wife must be arrested. And the police then has to engage the prosecutors in order for them to take a decision based on the evidence that they have in the docket. And the husband then follows up with us time and again. Now, why is there no arrest? Because they might be going through a divorce, etc. So we need to be objective in how we deal with it. We look at all the information available before we make a determination. So sometimes we would say to the complainant, listen, unfortunately, the matter as we regard it, SAPS has done what they need to do, and they are doing what they should be doing. The matter is therefore unsubstantiated. Complainant is unhappy about it, and unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that, provided that we've dealt with it in a fair and equitable manner without taking sides. The decentralizing of policing, that's a bit of a difficult one. I don't want to get into politics, but let me talk from my experience.
To save him, she uses
Hang
the
on,
word decentralization and devolution
remember?
interchangeably,
Let's
and the two
stick to procedure here.
have two different meanings.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I'm saying I don't want to get into the politics of it, but I want to talk from an administrative and a practical perspective. The lower the level of power, the higher the level of resolution. Can I leave it there? So the Member Stevens spoke about the law enforcement. Unfortunately, we do not have any powers or jurisdiction over the law enforcement. So our powers and jurisdiction are for the SAPS in the Western Cape and the Cape Town Metro Police Department. No powers over the traffic department or the law enforcement. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Right, do we have any follow-up questions on that? Or alternatively, we're still on section B. Are there any further questions that runs to the page 46 with the organogram? Member Boyson.
Chairperson, on page 46, and based on the achievements of this office in terms of how they get things done, I see quite a few vacancies. So I've believe that if those vacancies can be filled, it will be a Boeing, a jet flying in terms of their mandate. And then lastly, Chairperson, Member Ngensu did not disclose that he is a former detective himself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't really think that's very relevant right now. Member Gwenstu?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just building on a point made by Member Memory, leave my police background. Indeed, I was a good investigator, I had some couple of convictions. Look, how long have been vacancies? I mean, have been positions be vacant? That's the area of interest, you know. And is there a roadmap? And where does your roadmap take you to in respect to the filling of these vacancies? And if you look at the nature, actually, they affect the core of your mandate, that of investigation. You know, thank you very much.
Thank you. If we could just have comments on those.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We have a current vacancy rate. In fact, the total staff complement should be 12. At the moment, we have 5. I mean, we have 7 permanent staff, including the Ombudsman. And of that 7, there are 3 who are dealing with investigations. We have an ASD of operations, an ASD that deals with the complaints management, and an ASD that deals with complaints resolutions. So we engaged with the HOD relating to the challenges that we have for the 5 vacant posts. And fortunately, he was able to give us 5 interns for the current financial year. So we have 2 graduate interns, and they are interns that have qualifications in law. So one of those interns is filling a position of an investigator, and the other intern is filling the position of a case flow officer. So that assists at least to alleviate some of the workload. In terms of the vacant positions, we had 2 positions advertised, but one is my PA. In fact, that position is also vacant. She left for greener pastures last year sometimes. So that post has been advertised, and the position for the admin clerk has been advertised. So those 2 positions are in the administrative process for the long list, short list, and then interviews for appointment, and they're at an advanced stage, according to my head of office. The other positions, we've had the discussion, and the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety have competing priorities. So each of us have to compete. We've submitted our motivation. In terms of investigators, there are 2 permanent positions that we need to advertise, and then there are 2 which are contract positions. The contract investigators, we normally take on between a year and 2-year contract. So those 4 and the case flow officer are currently receiving attention. In terms of the time frames, I'm unfortunately not able to tell you how long it will take. The post of the PA became vacant on the 1st of August last year. The admin officer, in fact, has been vacant since I arrived at the office. That individual was dismissed from the position, and that's now on the shortlist process. The investigators, One of them became vacant on the 1st of February 2024, last year. The other has been vacant since the 1st of February 2022. So that's been quite a while. The case flow officer's vacant post is since 1st of November 2023. But the human resource section runs through the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety. So time frames, I'm not sure about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Stevens, did you have a question there? You didn't. Okay, all right. Have you got a question? Let's round this section out so we can move on.
Yeah. No, he made a statement that they're combating priorities in the POX department. But if my memory serves me well, even these ones for investigators, they have been vacant for quite a while, if I'm not mistaken, even last year. Now, the question then arises, whose interest does it serve if such critical position will take more than a year for them to be filled? The MEC is here. The acting HOD is here. You are here. You are their entity. And I don't think some of these structural questions should be answered by you with all fairness. You know, why would such important position take more than a year? Yet, at the core of the competence of the entity is investigation. And these vacancies, I think even last year they were here. And also there is a PA. It's now more than a year. The vacancy of the PA, I mean the portion of the PA is vacant. You know, so what's the plan acting HOD before you exit? Or maybe, I'm not sure, maybe reaffirm, I don't know. MEC, before you are reshuffled in case.
Thanks, Chairperson.
Sorry.
Can I respond? Okay. So you say before I get before I exit. No, no, your comment on before I exit or I reaffirmed, I won't be reaffirmed. I will exit. So that is that's the plan. But as it relates to the post within the ombudsman's position, we take guidance from the ombudsman of what are the critical posts and what needs to be filled. And we would try to work with the ombudsman. Unfortunately, we're all working with a constrained budget, with a limited budget in terms of what it is that we can and cannot fill. So yes, that is one of the things that we will be working with the ombudsman to see the critical posts. But it is important that we look at that also in the context of the whole of the department, that the department also has specific posts that we need to fill. So it's a fine balance between the ombudsman, which is in one of our programs, and within the department, and that we deal with the posts within the ombudsman more or less on the same basis as we deal with the critical and the criticality of posts within our own department. So we have had a session last week on a planning session. So I suppose, and I preempt that the same questions that has been posed thus far. How many posts have been approved for filling? What's the impact? What's our roadmap? What's the reason for exit? That will come up again during our session, and then we'll provide a more broader response and a more detailed response on that, including the ombudsman at that session.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we've dealt with that. Let's move on to part C, highlights, because then we can finish with the entities. Any issues with highlights that anybody wants to raise? Yes, Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I must say that it's very impressive what has been presented to us. And certainly, Chairperson, I think under your leadership, there are some matters that we would follow up as a committee in terms of powers and functions, etc. But we'll take guidance from you, Chairperson. But I think if that can be resolved, we'll have a well-oiled machine. They're doing very well. Minister and HOD, it's thumbs up. Thank you.
Thank you. And I really want to say that I think the work is very impressive. We will definitely schedule a meeting with the standing committee because I think there's a number of things that need to be unpacked there. Are there any concluding remarks on the Ombudsman at this point?
Honourable Chair, I just want to extend our thanks and appreciation to honourable members of this House. We've had the Public Protector SA conference in Cape Town, and we have delegates from around the world that are attending from Monday. In fact, it's still on today. And it shows the importance of the Ombudsman institutions around the world, that people must have access to Ombudsman institution complaints, forums, etc., when they are unhappy with government service, and especially those that are on the front line. If they're not doing what is expected of them, they must have an avenue and a channel where they go through. As you have indicated that I'll be invited again, but months go by so fast. I want to place on record that in this 4-year term that I've been in office, I have exercised my powers without interference, without undue pressure, but I really did the work being independent and impartial. So I want to place on record my appreciation to this committee and the powers that there be. And also, lastly, to appreciate the personnel. When you have vacancies, someone has to put their shoulder to the plow or to the wheel and work a lot harder. So we've tried incentives in terms of the payment of overtime. Sometimes we would allow them to work from home, now and then leave a bit earlier, but it doesn't make up for the sacrifices that they make in order to put this together and to ensure that the people of this province receive the service that they deserve. If we look at what is happening nationally, I think it might be the worst of times for the law enforcement or policing in the country. And out of this, I believe that there's a lot of good that will come out. And my anticipation is that there'll be an increase in the number of complaints. Because when confidence starts to improve and increase, people want to exercise their rights. I want to highlight also the important role of this committee in holding not only myself as the Ombudsman and my office accountable, but also holding the police to account, because you are the representatives of the people of this province. So also to Minister Murray and our HOD, he's been acting, I think, longer than people in Hollywood, if I can remember. So to him and to the rest of the team that's around the table and those who are not here as well, I wish to extend and place on record my thanks and appreciation to all of you. It's not a farewell speech, it's just acknowledgement of thanks and appreciation for the support that the office receives. With what we have, we've done the best that we could have done, and we'll do more if we get more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate the hard work. It's really greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. That is it for the Ombudsman. So we have dealt with the two entities. It is now a minute before 11 o'clock. We will take a break now. I'm going to give everyone a 15-minute break so that we can then start at 11:15 with the TOC's annual report, and then we can push through with that. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your patience, and please go and have a cup of coffee or something to fortify yourselves. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to start because I think we have quite a big section to get through now. So we've dealt with the two entities. We're now going to deal with the annual report of the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety. The HOD has indicated that he doesn't need to make any introductory remarks. And MEC has also kindly indicated that she has no need to do so. So we're going to start with Part A. Part A is general information. That starts on page 5. It's a whole lot of abbreviations. Then we have the introductions. And it runs to page 20. As I indicated earlier, Part C, Part E, and Part F will be dealt with at SCOPA. So we are dealing with Part A, Part B, and Part D. When questions are asked, please quote the page number as well. And I'm going to limit, as I've said before, everyone to 3 minutes per round. So, Part A, do we have any questions on Part A? Page 5 to page 20. 5 to page 20. Any hands for anyone? Member Pointu?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Chair. My first question is definitely on page 9. Paragraph 2. It's your forward, MEC. Here, the first question to preface this one, how are the relations between the MEC and the Police Provincial Commissioner? Even programmatic relations. I'm raising this question because on paragraph 2, you are correctly commending the work of LIP officers working in partnership with the city of Cape Town. And of course, they are located there. But they not talk about the many recorded successes of the subs led, of successes led by the South African Police Services, and in some instances, working with LIP officers and the city of Cape Town through joint operations. So one is deeply interested as to why. And such successes, for instance, will include the confiscation of firearms in Mitchell's Plain and the investigation and the raids conducted in the city of Cape Town, residence of officials and private contractors, and other elements, ammunitions and arrests. So it's not mentioned. So what are the bases for you not to do that? Same paragraph, you make a very good description of the 29th August Cooperation Agreement as a landmark, right? Which was between the South African Police Service, the province, and city of Cape Town. But here, nowhere in the report, from your remarks and the body of the report, where there is a talk about advances made since the successes made, Scott, since the signing of the agreement in August last year till to date. Nothing about it. It is just mentioned in passing. What is working and not working? And where are the successes where they exist so that you can be able to build on them? That is why perhaps I would have been tempted to pose a question as what do you understand as a landmark in political terms? Paragraph 3. You only mention 3 townships. That is why earlier I posed the question, isn't violent crime in the Western Cape and Cape Town a point has reached a level of crisis? You mentioned few towns where this is rampant. Now, okay, final one on this round. Now, not talk about Philippi, not talk about Kraaifontein. These 2 areas in particular we have seen or observed an increase in Philippi about 66 on matters, 51 in Kraaifontein. What are the bases perhaps for that? Not to elevate as a bit to appreciate that indeed in Cape Town, week in, week out, is matter. Gugulethu, Kraaifontein, Philippi. Thank you very much. I'll end there for now. I'm still in the very few first pages.
Thank you. Right. Thank you for the questions. First of all, I'll start with the last question. I've only mentioned, particularly in areas such as Gugulet, Kalicha, and Mitchells Plain. Later, we mention all the areas, later in the AVP, just for an example. So next time I can put everyone there, if necessary, if the crime is still high next year. So it's only it's not that I don't regard them as important. It's just that I mentioned, for example, that's what I meant there. Then I'm going to answer partly of the MOU, and then I'll ask later, maybe acting HUD can answer the rest of the MOU. Unfortunately, after the signing of the MOU with the previous national minister, nothing really happened in connection with what we've asked for is the expansion of devolution of the expansion of investigation and intelligence power. But with the one work stream that HOD is chairing, if I can put it that way, they went on a lot that happened in that work stream. But overall, for what it is, it's sort of disappointing. And Prof. Kachalia, that's the acting Minister of SAPS of Police now, is looking into the MOU specifically to see how we can implement it as soon as possible. Then, I know I don't mention any of SAP's successes. Merely, I've mentioned the LEAP officers because we fund them. We gave 350 million for the LEAP officers. So I've only have oversight over SAPs, and also not that I don't regard their successes as important, but in this case, it's only for the LEAP that we gave 350 million for. And then I do have a very good relationship and professional relationship with General Patekile. Thank you.
Acting HOD.
So as it relates to the collaboration agreement, there's some work streams that work well, and there's some working that will be lagging because they're depending on those work streams, like the operations work stream and the others, to determine what they need to do. For example, the finance work stream is dependent on what's required in the other work streams in order for them to achieve what they need to do. So we have the 9 work streams that we've established, but I do think the challenge that we had setting up that specific agreement is that we assumed that we will sign an agreement on the end of the month, and from the first of the next month, we'll be able to work together. But we had 3 different entities, one at local government, one at national government, one at provincial government, each with a different set of culture, each with different chain of command, each with different annual performance plan and mandates. So that was the challenge that we had to establish the work streams properly. And that took some time for the work streams to really get going and to really get into a good cadence where we can start implementing projects. Some of the work streams have gone and they've been able to do that quite quickly, and other work streams have been lagging a little bit. So our first year, we're focusing generally on establishing the governance structures, terms of references, developing baseline assessments within these structures, and then also looked at the quick impact interventions. Our second year, this is when we will be consolidating. We will be strengthening the joint operations and the work that we're doing, and also joint training sessions, and having integrated rollout of technology and working with one another. The first year was really tough year, really just getting those meetings. And then in our third phase, years 4 to 5, that's where we want to institutionalize the collaborative work. So yes, and also embed the annual budget alignment, because currently not even our budgets are really aligned to what we're doing. So yes, it's been a challenge, and we're having our next session on for the workstream leader session on Monday afternoon. We will have a joint session once again where we start looking at what are the next phases that we'll embark on. The Minister did indicate that in the technology workstream, there's quite a lot that's happening in the technology workstream. And that's true because the technology workstream, the tech guys, they got together and they've identified certain deliverables that they want to focus on. And I can speak in more detail about that specific workstream. But I think at this stage, I just want to give an overall view of the things that we're doing. So some of the key things that we've done and that we've been able to achieve is the whole issue of having this Provincial Safety Council. We've now jointly established the Safety Council with cities, SAPs, and as we present them, we also have the NPA. They presented the correctional services, the IEC, they're all at that session where we deal with it. Quite a few of the evidence-based hotspot policing patrols that's being done with SAPs and city through the operations team. There's the issue of the data and information sharing that we're focusing, but that is a big point of contestation between SAPs and the city, the level of data that's being shared and the frequency of the data. And we are the mediators in between those two entities where we need to address that. We're also looking at having an integrated presence at the 10111 Center where we bring together the different law enforcement and safety agencies. And then having an integrated emergency. And then on the violence prevention side, we also have quite a few interventions on violence prevention. On the infrastructure side, we're looking at doing an audit of infrastructure requiring maintenance and an improvement within the infrastructure side. And then also a key one that we're focusing on the infrastructure space is SAP station upgrades, looking at those SAP stations that need to be upgraded and the conditions of those SAP stations. So yes, there's quite a few things happening, capacity development where we see capacity development process also, many things happening. And Chair, subsequent to the meeting on Monday, I will be able to submit the report to the committee in terms of what is the plans going forward and what are the immediate next steps for the collaboration agreement.
Thank you very much. We've got a follow-up.
It's a follow-up specific on these questions. you know, just given the subject which we are talking about of the cooperation agreement, I'm not sure whether it was a PR. Some of us commended it, including yourselves. But here, Chair, is the first annual report. And it appears that both SAPs and the city are not are less interested about this. Because if they were interested and practically committed, they were going to be here to observe as to what is obtaining from the annual reports, you know, given that we signed this agreement. So, okay. Since the signing, I know that joint operations between SAPs and LIP and the city of Cape Town is something which is natural. But since the signing of the agreement, how many joint operations you have had, right? As a police and the city of Cape Town or municipality police? And also related to that, you know, let's pay attention to details. Here, because it's important, HOD, to synthesize issues you raised in previous committee meetings, raised by subs, and issues you are raising today. Now, I don't want to get into the details of what is contained in the cooperation agreement, right? But it appears to me that you, not for my sake, but for the sake of the people of the Western Cape, that what advances? Why are you not reporting here that part of the agreement is around the issue of the Mfuleni police station, of which is one one success of the agreement? But you're not talking about the cameras, the sharing of information, the sharing of surveillance cameras. What extent does the South African Police Service have access to cameras and using cameras to aid successful investigation? You talk about Safety Council, which were made aware a few weeks ago when you attended the Premier's portfolio committee. Will the Safety Council coordinate the execution of the cooperation agreement or for the safety plan? Who's zero? Because I want you to locate the role of the Safety Council within a proper context so that we don't assume its responsibility in this instance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again for the question. I just want to mention, member, that I'm not sure the joint operations, how many there were, but with Operation Sanella, it was Operation Sanella, then our SAPS office from the Western Cape, as well as the LEAP officers and the City of Cape Town. And that's why we had these successes on a crime of gangsterism recently. So I'm not sure if the Mfuleni police station was part of the mutual agreement. That was something different and a part that we have agreed with in a meeting between SAPS, the city and us, because it involves land. You know the situation about Mfuleni police station, but that wasn't part of the MOU. Thank you so much.
So, Chairperson, the number of joint operations for the year during that period is 48. 48, yeah. And so, on the 25th of August this year, SAPS issued a directive, a specific directive for joint operational planning also between SAPS and the City of Cape Town. So that's at operational level. Also have the joint, that's a directive that's been issued. So as it relates for not sharing in the report, the information on where the SAPS have access to the cameras. The first part of the technology work streams process was to do and to establish an inventory of all the cameras that we have across the province, understanding how many cameras we have, where they're located, what's working, and what needs to be fixed. The second part is establishing an agreement between SAPS and the city and the province, because the province also have cameras in our traffic police, in terms of the use of that information. And specifically when a crime has been committed and it's been on one of the cameras it's been picked up by one of the cameras on either the city or the province. So that cooperation agreement we need to finalize. But then we're also looking at how do we share video feeds and visual feeds of those cameras. And one of the key things that we're also embarking on with the team is how do we really utilize AI to automatically detect incidents of crime or certain objects. So there's a lot of work, as I said, happening in the technology space. One of the areas that we're also looking at is at integrating the emergency and safety response systems. So if something is happening in a specific space and that call is logged, into one of the centers, it automatically get picked up by all of the other partners. We just sent a delegation, a cross-functional delegation of the city, Department of Health and Wellness, our Disaster Management Center, our Department of Mobility, and Department of SAP, POX. They went abroad to go and look at the systems that they have in China specifically, and the integrated dashboards that they have. We have invited SAPs. We just said we've invited 2 officials from SAPs. We've even offered to co-fund the SAPs officials. Unfortunately, their own internal processes did not allow them to go because they didn't get the approvals in time, even though we gave them 2 months advance notice of it. So the idea would have been was for SAPs to also join in that specific process. So as it relates to the Safety Council, the Safety Council is the apex council that oversees the implementation of the safety plan, not necessarily the collaboration agreement. When you see, and we've seen through the presentation on the safety plan, in one of that slides, there's an organigram or structure. And there is an executive committee that oversees the collaboration of the safety plan. And Minister has rightly mentioned, previously it was headed by National Minister Mkhunu, and he called those meetings, but since he's left, there's not been any meetings. Minister, I'm seeking correction. There's not been any executive meetings that have been called by the new minister, and I'm sure as soon as he gets up to speed, those meetings will be called. But in essence, that meeting is chaired by the national minister, and we have the mayor, the MICO member for safety, premier and our minister, they're all in those meetings. And then obviously Commissioner Roberts from the city side, myself from the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety, and then we have the PC of the province. That's all on that executive committee. So that's the two. And that the membership of that committee, the leadership then sits on the overall Provincial Safety Council. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Right. Let's remember to contain ourselves to the annual report. But do we have any follow-ons on that or any other questions on the first section? Amber?
Just before I get to my second substantive question, is one is to be interested in a number of cameras in the province, not in Cape Town, in the province, and the extent to which they are helping to aiding successful investigation, and also the role of traffic, in this instance. There is you made a statement, MEC, and I think where I stand, I'm quite impressed in respect to seeking to locate, in part, the root cause of crime. Do you agree with me that, in part, the chronic crisis of underdevelopment in the Western Cape is a contributing factor to the surge of violent crime in the Western Cape? On page 26, 26.
Remember, we're only on part A to page 20, eh?
Oh, part A. Okay. No, it's fine. No, it's fine then.
Thanks. Okay, let's get responses to that. Is that an HOD or yourself?
Okay, I'll answer the question about the root cause of crime is underdevelopment. You've made a statement, you ask if I agree with that. Yes, I do agree, but the provincial government is really working on the infrastructure and the economic development in our areas.
Chairperson, as it relates to the cameras, can I forward that exact number to the committee? It's in the region of 14,000, but I do not want to give a thumbs up, but I'll forward that number. And then also broken down in the different statuses of the cameras and whether some have got live feeds. And you've also asked the aid in how it aids the addressing of, not the solving of of crimes, but it's also a deterrent in many cases. So we'll provide that information. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Okay, if we move on to part B, which is the performance information, that is page 23, 1, the Auditor General's report. The overview of the departmental performance on pages 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 through to page 31. So it's part B, section 2, all the way through to page 31. Do we have questions on that section? I have Member Johnson. Please go ahead.
My apologies. Thank you, Chairperson. I am on page 31, 2.4. Just in terms of the key policy developments and legislative changes, I see something about concluding the Safer City collaboration agreement between SAP City of Cape Town and the WCG. I'm just interested to find out a bit more about the let's call it a MOU. If someone can just sort of briefly explain exactly what that is about. Thank you very much.
Any other questions on that section to page 31? Okay, if you could please answer Member Johnson.
Thanks, Chairperson. The MOU speaks to having a shared vision for safety, for safer city, City of Cape Town. And it's not just for the SAPs, also have those agreement with, I think, eThekwini, and then also in the Tshwane Metro. So it's agreements where we commit to work together as a province, city, and a metro towards improving safety. It should be a publicly available document, so we will forward that document. I think Member Provincial also mentioned that he hasn't seen it, but I do think it shouldn't be a problem for us to just forward that specific document, the signed document. But in there it spells out what are the focus areas that we'll be embarking on to ensure that we make the Western Cape a safer, or the city, the metro, safer. So, Chairperson, I do not know whether I need to go into the detail, but I will provide that document. I think that's an easy document to read, and then we can have another discussion. As I said, I've committed to two things from the collaboration agreement now. It's this document, but also our plan that we'll be finalizing on Monday, and I'll forward that. And then if we need to have a subsequent engagement on that in more detail, and then if we have that engagement, we can even have the city and SAPs with us in the meeting so that we can have a joint discussion.
Thank you. I think that would be most useful. Member Gwensu?
No, this thing share off, right? At times you forget your own writing. You can't read your own writing. Look we're on between page. Okay. On page 26, a statement is made, where you give an account about missing firearms, and importantly from either from the defense, the SAPs, but nowhere where local municipalities, firearms missing from local municipalities are reported. Now, why so? Why so? That's the question I would like to pose on that particular section at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No firearms missing from the hands of local municipalities.
Chair, can I answer? Member, as you know, we don't have direct oversight over the municipalities, and so we cannot demand from them information about these particular issues. But as a result of a standing committee query that we have just recently received, we did send a request for information to all of the local municipalities. And none of them, I think one of them reported missing firearms some years ago, but there were no recent firearms missing. I will have to go back and look at the actual reply. Many of the municipalities actually don't possess firearms despite having a law enforcement component. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on that section? Remember?
I'm not sure. Are you not aware about fire? You are police oversight and community safety. Now, and I think there is context on this. Police oversight on the police, community safety, and community safety aspect is broad, and it includes all those responding, one for communities and different stakeholders, including local municipalities. Are you not aware about firearms, about 31 firearms, or 33 which got missing on the hands of the city of Cape Town, following the integration of the city of Cape Town and local municipalities in the past years?
I must say, thank you, Chair, that Manda did answer the question, but I can mention that all the municipalities all the SAP station that I visited in the rural areas, I check all the statements, all the firearms. I check if they agter slot en grendel, wil ek in Afrikaans sê. So, but they wouldn't report that any firearm was missing so far from any municipality in my oversight visits. But I haven't visited all the stations yet. But so far, no. And as Amanda mentioned, we did ask for that from SAPS and that from the municipalities. And it's difficult because we don't have a mandate over the municipality itself.
Please go ahead.
Yes, just further to say that we do have a mandate over the Metro Police, and so both the Metro Police and the SAPS do report to us on a quarterly basis in terms of our Section 19 and 21 of the Community Safety Act, in terms of the number of firearms that are lost or stolen by the SAPS or the Metro Police, as well as the number of firearms that are recovered during the relevant period. And we can also share that information with you if it's necessary. Thank you.
Can I just clarify on that? But you say over Metro Police, but that does not include law enforcement and traffic in the city. Am I correct?
That is correct. Yes, we don't have mandate over law enforcement or traffic.
So you won't receive those figures from them?
We would have to submit a direct request, Chairperson.
Thank you. Are we finished with that section? Then we're moving on to part B, performance information. Point 3, progress towards achievement of institutional impacts and outcomes. That is from page 32 to, just find where I've got my marker in, to page 45. So it includes the Program 1 administration, 2, Secretariat for Safety and Security, 3, provincial policing functions. Then 4 is institutional program performance information and the sub-programs. And that ends on page 45. Do we have any questions in that section? I have Member Boyson, and then I have Member Stevens. Member Boyson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, mine is based on page 34. Chairperson, there's been a long-standing agreement and relationship between the province and the district municipalities in the province, plus the funding that goes with it. Now, Chairperson, I'm very familiar with the programs of the Garden Route District municipality. Now, my question is the other districts, because even at one stage, Garden Route was so ambitious that people thought that we're exceeding our mandate, not knowing that there was a cooperation between ourselves and POX. Now, my question, Chairperson, is that the other districts, are they also as functional in terms of the partnership based on community safety? And based on the answer, Chairperson, is this still worthwhile pursuing? Or should it be a matter of you don't use it, you lose it, and it goes to a district that is functioning? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Stevens.
Thank you, Chair. Can the department provide a clear update on how it is implemented recommendations from the previous annual report to improve community safety outcomes? And how is the department measured the effectiveness of its community policing forum CPFs and neighborhood watches in reducing crime in high-risk areas? And what progress has been made with the rollout of the Law Enforcement Advancement Plan LEAP, and how is success being monitored in terms of measurable crime reduction? Thank you. Okay.
Okay, any more takers in this round? All right, if I can hand over to the department.
I'm going to call on my colleagues to team to respond to some of these matters. So I'll start with LEAP, and Razak, are you able to respond, and Sid to respond to the LEAP? Yes.
In terms of the committee members, in terms of the effectiveness of LEAP with regards to the reduction of crime, the proxy indicator that we use to measure the impact of LEAP is monitoring the level of homicides or murders reported per quarter, per week, per month within the province. And we focus on the province as a whole, and then we focus specifically in terms of the impact of LEAP in the areas that LEAP is deployed into. So there is tracking and monitoring that is being done on a continuous basis in terms of where LEAP is employed or deployed into and what the impact is on the levels of serious violent crime, more especially murders. Also, in conjunction with the LEAP effectiveness, there is continuous, just as how we monitor the homicides, we are continuously monitoring the operations that are being conducted and the successes of the operations. Seeing that firearms is the weapons of choice across the province for most of the murders, high on the agenda of LEAP being deployed is conducting a lot of visible policing and tangible stop and search operations, and the recovery of firearms, drugs, and also focusing on liquor-related crimes is core to the deployment of LEAP. Their focus is primarily on those three aspects, seeing that they are the contributors or generators of most of the violence. So we track and monitor the operational deployments in and through the arrests, which is recorded as successes. Thank you.
Okay. And then I'll ask Anne-Marie to respond to the CPF question, Chair.
Member Boyson, yes, all the district municipalities are funded, and through them the B municipalities, and I can confirm that all of them are functional. The community safety forums established in the districts and in most of the B municipalities, they are functional. They are implementing projects. They are using their money. Some challenges and exception might be with Central Karoo. It's a link to the political instability and the new senior officials being appointed then when there's a new government in place. But all of them this past financial year for the first time around, except Central Karoo to some extent, could spend nearly their entire funding that they received. Then regarding the question on CPFs, the 152 CPFs is supported by the province, but it needs to be noted that SAPS has the mandate that they actually, the CPFs reports to them, they have the mandate, they need to establish at every police station a CPF. The department does support functionality. For example, in the past, this financial year under discussion, the department facilitated the 152, most of the 152 elective annual general meetings. Now, it's a misnomer. It's not actually annual. The elective AGMs are held every 5 years. And that was quite a mammoth task throughout the province. And then, of course, we support with funding. You can see nearly R1 million of funding going to the 152 CPFs. All those that actually applied for funding could be funded. Thank you.
And then just the last question in terms, since the last annual performance annual report, what have we done? So Chief, there's been a few things that we're trying to do differently, because we cannot continue doing things as we've done in the past and expecting new outcomes. And also take into account that we have a new minister giving us some new insights and providing new leadership and expecting us to be innovative. I think that's quite critical. So the collaboration is one of the things, even though there's the jury's still out in whether the collaboration agreement is successful or not. I think from my perspective, we did derive some value in the collaboration agreement, to the extent that our colleagues, that we and our colleagues in the city and SAPS, that we say on a first name basis, and you can actually work with one another much easier than in the past. And it broke down that silos. And that was led by a minister, setting the example and building the relationship between SAPS and the city and us. And so our working relationship with SAPS specifically, I think, have improved significantly. And then also, we're doing a lot of work at community level and at local municipality level. And I remember Boyson asked a question, is it use it or lose it? I don't think Member Prince should have let us go if we said it's a use it or lose it matter. No, we have to work with the municipalities. We need to constantly strengthen. So that is a key part of it. Because if you're local and your district municipalities and your municipalities outside of the city are very strong in terms of law enforcement, it will arrest the crime, or it will have an impact on the crime within the city, because the guns and the drugs and whatever's coming through comes through the other municipalities into the city. And that's why I'm saying, if we can strengthen their law enforcement, I think it will strengthen the city. Also, the reason why we need to focus on the municipalities, especially in the outskirts of the city, is that the criminals are now migrating from the city into those areas, because it's becoming too hard in some cases. So they're expanding. So either it's because it's hard, or they're expanding the markets into those specific areas. So that's and then this also a few innovations that we're trying, such as the Provincial Safety Coordination Center. We're looking at specifically looking at what we call the SAP station maturity model. We want to look at how do we improve the maturity levels of our SAP stations and the capabilities, and one or two other innovations. So we are trying to do new things and implement new things, especially also apart from the innovations out in the communities, also with our role within the department, within the province, we're responsible for the safety of our staff. There's a lot of work happening in that space. Also, we're playing an active role, and quite a lot of things and quite a few things that we're doing in that space. So whilst we have the role of safety outside, we need to understand that our staff members go into those areas, and we need to make sure that they're also safe. And hence we have significant focus on the safety of our staff when they go out there, but also our staff live in many of the dangerous areas. So it's important that we also focus on internal versus external. The impact of what we're doing might not be felt in this financial year, but we're hoping and we're foreseeing that as we continue on that path, having a more external focus, focusing on the communities, doing co-creating solutions with communities, that we will see the result in a year or two from now. Thanks.
Right, Member Kaiser Philander?
Chairperson, page 48, is it still part of the section?
No, that's the next section.
Sure.
But I can move on to that. Page 46, Program 2, Provincial Secretariat for Police Service. We'll run through to page 60, so we'll deal with program 4.2 in one go. Makes it coherent. So that's the Provincial Secretariat for Police Service. I have member Philander. Sorry, before that.
Yeah, apologies, Chair. The issue of numbering when you write down the times, I normally write on my laptop. I was looking at how you have reported about crime in the province and so on, but I found a gap, and that's the question. Why the absence of reporting about commercial crime and investigations in municipalities, and in particular, the recent raids in different municipalities? Previously, it was Matsikama, and now it's the city of Cape Town. And an analysis about the collusion of officials, politicians, and business elements as evidenced by the recent raid in the city, houses of officials, as well as a number of contractors. Thanks.
I'll allow that, but just remember this is about the annual report. It's not a general questioning on activities. But yes, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. This is Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety. We're not investigating. We do not have oversight over all crimes, like cybercrime, commercial crimes. Focusing on those crimes that impact on community safety. There are other entities within SAPS who are dealing with those crimes. And we look at the efficiency, the effectiveness of our police force as it relates to violent crime and community safety. So that's why we do not necessarily report. Otherwise, we need to look at the whole ambit of crimes within our country and report on them. And I don't think that is the purpose and the mandate of our department, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Follow up?
I can explain, Chair, how do these crime intersect?
Well, just contain yourself to the annual report. So, I
Yeah.
mean, yes, but just be
yeah.
careful with how you proceed.
Yes. How do they intersect? Is that when there are fallouts of this underworld criminal network with working with different elements and officials, it leads to murders. It leads to mass murders, actually, and they're related to extortion. It's for that reason that the question is relevant.
Chairperson, the data is relevant, but when it comes to the reporting, I don't think, and I understand the data is relevant as a root cause, to understand the root cause and let's understand the trends and the impact. The data is relevant, but not for reporting purposes in terms of our department's mandate. That's what I'm trying to say. Otherwise, we're going to have to report on every crime that we have within the country.
Okay, thanks. Okay, section 4.2, Member Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm on page 48 towards the end of the page in terms of the compliance with the Domestic Violence Act. It makes mention there that 40 police stations were visited, and in terms of the oversight mandate of the department, some of those police stations could serve protection orders and some could not. Now, based on only the 40, what is the department's plan to visit other or more stations? And what will the monitoring mechanism be in terms of the issuing of that protection orders? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this section, which is program 2? And it's numbered as 4.3 and it runs to page 60. I think while we're looking, let's do a response on that.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'll ask Becky similarly to respond.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members again. And thanks for the question, Member Philander. For this financial year, we assess 40 police stations of the 152. For the previous financial year, we've also covered 30 stations. So the plan it is to cover all 152 stations within a period of 5 years. So in our annual plan for this year, we have a target of covering these stations. The monitoring mechanism that we apply is that we've got a standard tool that we administer when we physically go to the police station, peruse documents, peruse registers to verify the accuracy of the information that is being given to us. We compile a report via the office of the HOD, and it is forwarded to the provincial commissioner for his response on the findings and the recommendations that has been made. That has been the process and will be the process that we are following in the next financial year. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions on this particular section? Then I can move on to program 3. It's numbered as 4.3 in the book. And it runs from page 61 to page 67. I'm doing the programs individually. So it's program 3. And covers things like safety partnerships and the Western Cape Police Ombudsman. Do we have questions on this section? Member Boyson?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the comment I'll make is a discussion I had with you, but it was a by the way discussion. I'm now going to do it officially, and it's a scoop for the department. The Chrysalis program is very popular in the rural areas, but the challenge is sometimes to get the cadets to Tokai, you know, transport challenges, etc., etc. Now, here's the scoop, Chairperson. The Garden Route District Municipality has closed down a resort in Collegedorp due to profitability, etc. Now, the suggestion I'd like to make via you, Chairperson, to the Minister and to the department is how about engaging Garden Route Municipality and divide the Chrysalis program into 2, where the metro cadets get their training, and then those in the rural areas, they then, if an agreement can be made with Garden Route District Municipality, then they get their training in Collegedorp, because there's accommodation, there's swimming pools, there's everything that you can desire. And then even, I know they're going to talk about the budget constraints, Chairperson. They use the same budget, split it up. It's a scoop, Minister. Split the Tokai budget up into 2 with the same instructors or whatever, just change the calendar. The one fits in with the other one, if the facility is available. And if Collegedorp is not suitable, there's another resort in Oudtshoorn, because I think that's going to go the same path of profitability, the De Hoek resort for the rural areas, guys, because what's it called? Central Karoo is also closer to that area. Then you covered the whole Western Cape. Thank you, Chair.
So I think that is a really meritorious suggestion, because it really would be good to see it cover the rest of the province. I can just give that over to a department.
Chairperson, I can obviously not give a response, a yes or a no, but can I say that I will take it into consideration when we take it back into the organization? Obviously, there's some practical implications that we need to look at. Splitting the budget in half doesn't mean, it's not as if you're splitting a stack of paper and now take the one stack of paper and put it in. There's people involved, people who work in the spaces. You're basically going to need the exact same setup and the exact same maintenance costs that you're going to have. It's not going to be suddenly going to halve your maintenance cost. But can I say that we'll explore that and we see, but can we say that we do not just say that we want a replica of Chrysalis? It could be some other type of intervention that we're looking at. It can even be a better intervention than what we have at Chrysalis. But we look at, but I understand you ask that we look at the concept of Chrysalis and replicate that in the rural areas, which we'll take on board, and then we'll come back with a response to that. But it also, if we do put through a budget ask that you'll support us in when it comes to the process, we need to submit the budget for that.
You've got a standing committee that is very keen to see things being rolled out, particularly in the garden route area where we really are seeing more and more demand coming up all the time. Any other questions on that section? Okay, so program 4, security risk management, page 68. And that runs through to page 77. Do we have questions on that particular section? If we don't, I can then extend it to transfer payments, which is part 5. That is on page 78. And that runs to the end of section B, runs from 78 to 85. Capital investment, any questions there?
Covered.
Okay. Now, part C is governance, and we've said that is going to go to SCOPA, which means we move on to part D, human resource management. Human resource management starts on page 109. And we can do sections 1 and 2. So that is from pages 11, page 109 to page 114. It covers workforce planning priorities, employee performance management, employee wellness, which I think is very relevant, particularly in a department like this, and people management monitoring. Do we have questions on that? Okay, section 3 is people management oversight. That is from page 115. And this is, I'm going to take that whole section to the end of part D because this is a lot of tables and stats. So do we have questions there on the human resources management? Member Gwensu.
Thank you very much, Chair. A couple of questions here. Page 117, acting HOD. Always make this point that this annual report built from last year's annual report, and thus I like to always reference to the previous annual reports, and the most immediately, all of us were here. On the question of employment and vacancies. Now, last year, we're told that level 3 to 5, it was 1.8, right? 6 to 8 and so on, right? And at the level of 13 to 16, we're not sure. But currently, the report suggests that, as indicated, level 3 to 5 is 2.1, and that gave us a 6.8 vacancy rate. And if you read it, you visit last year's annual report, don't you see this as a regression and a crisis of vacancies? And someone, one entity, a statement was made to say, should there be a vacant position, it forces others to do, one worker to do a work of 2 or 3 people. And what is the response then on this? And then on page 118, critical occupation. What do you mean by critical occupations? if you look at the level of vacancies. Page 123 of the report is where there are about 10 resignations. 10 resignations. Now, of the 10, and even visit last year's annual report. Now, of the 10 resignations, there are those who, are you able to tell us the basis for this resignation and what informs the resignations? Unless there is a methane. You know what's a methane? No, methane. It's a chemical in a mine. Should mouse see the methane, they run away. Is the methane? Is there something that forces workers or officials to resign from the department? You know, because you look at the previous one as well, and also we are told about 11 expired contracts and 9 retirements. Now, of the 10 resigned, 9 workers or officials refused to give reasons. Doesn't this concern you? Of the 10, 9 refused. And even last year, the similar question was raised. Now, in the past financial year, for example, 9 resigned and 7 refused to disclose the reasons. Now, if you look at the number, it increases. Now, consistent from the last financial annual report, it is visual evidence to me that there is a particular age group that is leaving employment. And what is your analysis as officials regarding this? And finally, and I posed, I asked the department, the project office to get me the EE plan as a basis to understand the distribution, or on how is transformation, the question of equity is approached in the department. At the moment, let me pause there, Chair.
Thank you very much.
A point of clarity, the member spoke about page 117, and he spoke about that 2.1, the vacancy rate, only on the level 3 to 5. And just to check, were you referring to that as a crisis?
Hold on.
You spoke about, on page 117, you spoke about the 2.1 and the skills levels 3 to 5, and you said 2.1, and you asked, were you referring to the crisis in that level or overall?
Across, but in particular, at that level.
Yeah. So
high skill level.
Just point of clarity once again, Chairperson. So you're talking about all levels and not just the levels 3 to 5, which is specifically singled out.
If you look at the report, right, the distribution of vacancies, right, but there are certain levels where it can be described as rampant. That for me is a problem, right? Yes.
Sure. Thanks so much. I won't necessarily describe it as a crisis, because if it was a crisis, that means the department would not have been able to perform its functions that it did. When you look at the annual performance plan, we delivered almost 100% of our deliverables, despite the fact that we had the vacancies. The challenge that we had with the filling of the vacancies is due to a national directive, and I'm sure the members have heard this in other meetings and other departments also. There's been a national directive where we needed to get concurrence from the Premier's office in order to fill posts, and that took time. And also, if you wanted to fill the post, it needed to be job evaluated. So it had to be job evaluated over the last few years. So that caused a challenge in terms of us being able to fill the posts. So we understand that there's a need, we understand there's a critical need, and the question that we would have asked is the impact on the department, because that was an early question that was posed to the Ombudsman, which I made a note of. The impact on the department, yes, it did mean that some people had to do a bit more, some have to work a bit more overtime, but it also gave opportunities for others to develop and step into positions where there were vacancies and to show what they can do in those specific posts. So we do have a plan, and the question also that we posed to the Ombudsman, I'll take that question also on board. Do we have a plan? Yes, we have a plan in terms of the posts that we want to fill. We've identified those posts and which has been funded. And then we also look at our attrition rate and what savings will be affected through that, and we will be filling those posts. I will provide with the numbers, and I think the just came through the we provided with the numbers on that briefing. So the 10 people, the one that gave a response and the others that ran away, and that as you say, is the reason why people run away or could run from the department. I've been in the department for 18 months, and when I got there, initially the perception that was held is that the department it's a toxic environment and the people are unhappy. But that's not what I found. I found it was more making sure that there's proper communications amongst the people. Our team is informed about what's happening. We have a team of highly competent and highly skilled people within the department that's really, really working hard. And if a person does not want to reveal why he or she is leaving, and you ask me what's my summation of it and what's my understanding, I do not want to speculate as to what the reasons are. It's 9 people. It could be for various reasons that people are leaving. And when you look at the cohort that's leaving, it's a 40 to 50-year-old people, 40 to 49. That's where 6 of the 9 people that have resigned that's leaving. But that is also the time where you're most marketable in terms of your career, because you've now built up experience and you have way more options. And where the people want to inform us as to where they want to go or not, we need to respect the wish that they do not want to say why they're leaving. But understanding 40 to 50, that's when you're at your peak and where you can really now move into other areas. So it's not a major concern. Of course, you said last year it was, this year it's 10, last year it was 9. It's less than 10% increase, but we'll monitor that and we'll see what happens over time. I do also have an open door policy. I also have an open door policy when I'm at the office, where I do allow people to come and speak to me if they do have issues. So when it is issues affecting employment, people are more than welcome, and I'm hoping that I'm seen as approachable, that they come and speak to me. And we do try to address issues as best as possible. You did ask the question on the issue of equity. So we oversubscribe with colored females. We wholly oversubscribed by about more than 20 colored females in our department. And when the submissions come through to me, I normally remove colored females from the list, external colored female. I do not want to demotivate the females in the department, colored females, and they do not impact on our employment equity stats if it's an internal appointment. But when the list comes to me, the team knows I normally strike through colored females, colored males, so that we can focus on the right target market to improve our equity. We have a high number of colored females, oversubscribed, and we add the African males and females in the negative. You'll see they even one another out. So that's why we're focusing very strongly on making sure that we improve the equity within the department. Chairperson, as it relates to the critical list, on 100 and page number page 118, those are the positions we really need the people. So you'll see security officers are deemed critical, because that's one job where you cannot have 2 people, one person sharing another person's job. If you need 2 people at different points, entry points or different points where they need to do service, you cannot job share you cannot out, and so that's why you'll see that's critical for us, and we focus on that. Security safety specialists, those are where we need to advise our other departments, or the advisors and our specialists need to focus on the security of our staff members, internal staff, and then also advising other departments and what they need to do. So yes, there's quite a few critical posts, and you see most of them are in the safety space, and that's more the internal safety space. The community liaison, yes, that's where we also have, we do not have vacancies there, but those to us is also important. And we might have to beef up our community liaison team because we need to have our team members more in the communities and working with the communities. Chair, I think I've covered the issue of the crisis, the critical posts, the resignations, the reasons for running away. They do not run away. And then also the particular age group and the equity in the department, which is one thing that I really focus on. I think when I started last year, sorry, Chair, and I know the member want to follow, I even had a meeting I called a meeting with the labor unions and explained to them what will be the approach, and that we're going to have a focus on making sure that the African representation within the department gets increased significantly over time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I have a follow-up on that, which I'll give to you now. Are there any other questions on this section? No, please have your follow-up, member.
Thank you very much. If Chair were to take you to page 126, 3.5, employment equity, right? Let me just take you to maybe at least professional, qualified, and experienced specialists and mid-management, level 9 to 12. I think, let me start off by saying, I agree with the statement you made in respect to the representation of the colored section of our people, of our community, right? But it will never be enough for them as well. My interest, if you look at males, before you go to females, 11 Africans, 18 colored, 1 Indian, 10 whites. What are the scientific bases, for instance, to have Africans and whites to be at the same level relatively, at that level? You know, now, again, you made the point that you are oversubscribed in respect to colored women, right? And again, you look at, in the Western Cape, you like it, you don't like it, the colored section of our community remains a majority, okay? And followed by what is called the African section of our community, and then whites. But if you look here, one would conclude and say, the white section in the African community is at the same, and African section is at the same level in terms of the size of the population. What is behind this, and what are the plans to resolve this? Is there a roadmap to address this particular question? Finally, where I stand, you know, I think it was Lika or Ombudsman, I'm not sure, but they were able at least to have a sense in respect to those who left those entities and where they went to. But I'm not getting that, and sadly, that is not explained. They refuse to give reasons for their departure. And what does that tell you as a person when reasons are not provided? Because if one leaves for career pastures, there's nothing wrong. I know it's one's right. I've been a worker for the better part of my life, right? And involved in trade union movement and understand as to when would workers not declare the reason for them to leave, to a point of even on their CV, not using you as a reference as that employer. When there is toxicity, doesn't this perhaps insinuate some degree of toxicity in the department? I don't know. You should answer to us in this report.
Chairperson, I think the member is highlighting on table 3.5.1 on page 126, exactly what I said I'm trying to address through a process of appointing and making sure that we do not have oversubscribed males or females, irrespective of sex, that we do not even interview them. So they don't even get to the shortlist to be interviewed. Because the risk is if you have, for example, a colored female, external colored female, as part of the shortlist candidate, and that colored female does brilliantly in the interview, and the next person comes up at, say, 10 or 20% less in the score for that and for that specific post, they'll be motivating why we need to have that colored female appointed. So for that reason, I do not include colored females on the shortlist unless they're internal. You're looking at the historical figures that we're trying to correct. I'm not even going to attempt to give you an explanation for why there's parity between an African male and a white male. That's historical context, but it's about what we're doing about it that's important. You cannot do anything about that stat at the moment, apart from making sure that the new appointees actually then correct that figure. So you ask about scientific context. I cannot give you a scientific context. It's the history that you see there. It's about what are we doing to improve that in the future. And then as it relates to the issue of toxicity, I'm not going to look for a snake under every rock. You cannot work on. You need to trust your people, and you need to make sure. And irrespective of what people say and what their perceptions are, you need to make sure that you trust your team and that you give your team the opportunity. And if people leave and they do not give the reasons, I respect that firstly, and I cannot force people to give reasons. And you're asking me whether I'm now going to see whether these alarm bells are going off. Not as yet. It's not a mass exodus. It's people and specific band, and I've explained to you why I see that. But I'm not going to try and now paint the whole department as a toxic department just because people are leaving. I think that's not fair towards the people that's working in the department and that's working loyally and that's enjoying the work that they're doing. Yes, there need to be some more opportunities. We need, which is unfortunate that we cannot give everybody opportunities. But it's about how do we change the culture so that people feel more appreciated also and motivate the people to work in the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, is that a follow-up? Okay. Okay, yeah.
Related to this, I think it's on labor relations matters. About labor relations matters. There's a section about labor relations matters. It's somewhere here. Now, there are about 7 disputes, right? And one is deeply interested in the nature of those disputes. And where are those officials or workers who lodged the disputes today? And whether is there no relationship between the disputes lodged, okay, logically, and the resignations. And finally, the refusal to disclose the basis for one to leave. Okay. And I acknowledge that if you visit, yes, I mean, the 2023-2024 or 2023-2020, the last financial year, the last annual report, disputes were about 11. Though now there's 7, about 11, meaning there continues to be disputes. And again, there continues to be workers who resign and refuses to declare the basis for their departure. That's the first one. The second one is on page, which is also related, page 139 to 138. 139 to 138, incapacity leave. About 30 workers used incapacity leave. 30 used incapacity leave. Last year, there were 10, now they jumped to 30. Now, and also a number of workers on sick leave is about 297, a slight drop from last year of 314. So what does this picture I just painted represent? Thank you very much.
Please go ahead.
So, as it relates to the labor relations issues, and you say, is there no correlation between the labor relations matters and the resignations? Means that you're being disciplined. If you say there's a correlation, because there is one on that table on page 123, we speak about dismissal for operational, for misconduct and inefficiency. So that's, but if you're leaving because you're being disciplined, then you've been a bad boy. And the best option for you is to leave. Because we do not discipline people for petty issues. I personally sign off on the disciplinary matters. I personally determine whether a disciplinary sanction is sound, and I'll call the manager and I'll speak to them. And mostly it's progressive discipline. We try to do progressive discipline and counseling as much as possible. So if you ask me what picture does it show, it shows a department, a living department. It shows a department that's working. It shows a department where you have different people, different personalities, hardworking people working so hard that they injure themselves at some stages. But also understand that the pressures of the work also it gets to people. And that's where we get the issue of the sick leave or the as you've in and the incapacity.
Sick leave and there is incapacity.
No, let me. So incapacity leave, I need to approve personally. As the accounting officer, I need to approve the incapacity leave, and I read each and every one of them. And in the case where I feel that a person is abusing the incapacity leave, and I do my own analysis also, I'll check whether that incapacity leave is constantly on a Monday or on a Friday. If you take 2 days, does it border on a Monday and a Friday? And I'll have an engagement with with the supervisor and the individual involved. So yes, I'm monitoring it. Some people take more incapacity leave than others, but then you can see those are chronic issues, and you can see with the doctor certification and the support that they're providing, and where you can see it's not necessarily supported by doctor certification, you have a discussion with those people. So I'm quite concerned about the well-being of our people. That's key. If I do see that a person is taking a lot of incapacity leave, I will have an engagement with that person to understand what is causing the incapacity and what is causing. And sometimes they'll say it's the work stress. But when you speak about the work stress and then you see the person is just almost able to cope with a normal workload. So yes, there are various challenges, but once again, you're asking me what picture does it give me? It gives me a picture of an organization where you have human beings and also understanding that we have an aging workforce. Many of us are not youngsters, with all due respect to the rest of the team. It's an aging workforce, and the older you get, the more you become prone to certain ailments and illnesses which cause it. But as it relates to our labor relations issues, I can say that have reduced significantly over the past year. We have got people to start engaging with one another, especially where labor issues resulted in people not really talking to one another, and then it becomes a grievance. But we actually haven't. But let me say, Chairperson and Member Quinto, that we do take a zero tolerance on any criminal activity, be it theft or misuse of our equipment and the state facilities, or whether it's anything related to corruption during the course of, we take a zero tolerance. And you can, when you speak to the .P and the CS again, you can ask them what my recommendation is. If they tell me that a person who has committed fraud needs to get a 3 months written warning, and then after 3 months or 6 months is get off, I said I want a permanent written warning, or the person needs to be dismissed because you can't trust the person. And if we in the Department of Community Safety, Police Oversight and Community Safety, our people need to be beyond reproach, above reproach. So if I do take a firm stance on that, and my recommendations have shown it, but where it's psychological of nature, they I treat very carefully because I know that you cannot play with people's psychological issues, and people do take a lot of leave for those issues. But I'm comfortable that that process are managed, and I do not think that those are the reasons for the resignations. I'm not going to make inferences that's based on speculation unless I have the stats before me. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are about to run out of time. I do just still want to cover the resolutions. Is it the last follow-up? Let's just finish it off then, the last one.
You are one of the HODs I respect, right? You are one of the HODs I respect in this provincial government, but on this aspect, I can liken you with one person in the ad hoc committee on the police now will be asked a question and respond and give a long explanation irrelevant to this. For instance, I asked the question: where are these workers who launch the complaint? I mean, will lodge disputes? The relationship between the workers who lodge disputes and the number of resignations, right? And also, and you paint a good picture. There is only one incident on the report where somebody was found guilty. Only one. Now, if there were many, then I was going to agree with the picture you are painting. Now, here, a number of workers applied for incapacity from 10 to 30, and again, a number of workers take sick leave. It is only in the industrial sectors of the economy where workers feel obliged to take sick leave, not in this professional, in the public sector in this instance. So kindly, in the interest of our people, you are not responding to me. You are responding to the people of the Western Cape, the workers of this department, in respect to this particular question of number of workers taking sick leave on incapacity leave. I'm not going to get into the nuts and bolts to understand as to what is the nature of sick leave, what is the nature of the incapacity. That one is at the operational level. We can't get into that one. But this, to me, as a public rep, is a concern that there is a growing number of resignations, disputes, incapacity leave, as well as sick leave. Not just annual leave, sick leave. It's not compulsory that a worker must take a sick leave, but when there is toxicity, you are made to take sick leave and be at home rather than be at work. Doesn't that suggest toxicity in the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety in the Western Cape?
Chairperson, the member asked me, doesn't that? And I responded and I said, I don't think. In my view, it's not toxicity. So I do not know what answer the member wants from me, saying that I must admit. I cannot admit to that because that's not my perception, and that's not my view, and that's not my experience.
Thank you very much. Okay, right. As we're about to run out of our slot, we then have Part E, Public Finance Management Act. That gets dealt with by SCOPA. Financial Information, Part F, also being dealt with by SCOPA. So I think we've reached the end of that. Member Boyson, as you take a large sip of water.
Chairperson, thank you for granting me the honor to do the thank yous for the session of the day. But Chairperson, before I do that, I'm having in my hand the holistic Auditor General's report for the whole province. And Chairperson, it is a pleasure when you see, although all departments achieved clean audits, but some departments, there were issues, minor issues to be flagged. And it gives me great sense of appreciation, Chairperson, that this department has not been flagged as a contributor to matters that has been flagged by the Auditor General. So, Minister, to you and the acting HOD, I don't know whether this is your swan, what do you call it? Swan song. I don't know whether this is your swan song, but well done to everybody who has been part of this department. It is not easy because even whilst I was sitting here, the majority of the questions, Chairperson, that has been asked is based on lack of enforceable powers. You know, and I wish this department had some of these enforceable powers because we all know oversight is not enough. Oversight is not enough, and we as politicians, we must not see the discussion as an indictment when we say that there should be powers that are enforceable within the POX department so that some of the matters you'll be able to answer us because your hands are being tied because you cannot enforce some of these things. And some of the issues as well is that some things would just happen. We cannot decide for somebody who's at home that you must come to work. If I don't feel like coming to work, HOD will never know what my reasons are. So based on that, Chairperson, well done through you, Chairperson. Well done to the POX department. Keep it up. And hopefully in a year's time, you will have some enforceable powers. Then we can talk man to man. Thank you.
Just before the MSA, I think this is a police oversight and community safety. In this period, recently a LIP officer was killed, and a number of police officers were also killed. I think it would be important for this committee before we conclude, at least to observe a moment of silence, right? Giving respect to those who departed whilst defending this province. Thank you very much.
Certainly we can do that. I think it's very appropriate for us to have that moment of silence. I'm thinking in particular of a LEAP officer who was murdered last week, but I think for all of the personnel of the department and the police across the province who've lost their lives in the last year, we can just commence that. Thank you very much. Any concluding remarks from the department?
No, thank you. Can I do into you? Is it okay? Sorry.
So, Chairperson and members, thanks so much for the session and thanks for the robust discussion that we could have and the spirit in which engagement took place. But more importantly, thank you to the team behind Minister and I that's really, really working hard, that's showing up every day and that's really trying to make a difference. We're fighting won't say fighting a losing battle, we must believe that we can win this battle. But the odds are against us, but the team is really, really committed to make a difference. And I just want to thank the team and everybody who's been working with us and our stakeholders towards in the efforts of just making this province a safer place. It's not an easy job. I come from a different environment where you work on innovation and technology and those things. It's the nice things, but when you're in this space, you deal with the more the darker issues, and it can be psychologically draining also on people. So thank you to the team, and also thanks to our LEAP officers, thanks to our SAPS officers, thanks to the management of SAPS, and for the work that they're doing. I don't think we thank them enough and show up enough to thank them for the work that they're doing. And then lastly, to Minister, thanks for keeping me in this space for the period of time and trusting me to drive the ship. But thanks so much, and thanks so much for your leadership. And it's not only you, and I know you've got a strong team behind you. There's Herman, Yapi, Kurt, and all the people behind you. We really do appreciate the way that you're leading the team and allowing us to really do the things that's innovative and that we hope will make a difference in future. So thanks so much.
Thank you. I'm going to be short, Chairperson. I just want to thank the members of the Standing Committee for always be professional. Sometimes I think I must take a Comm pill for our member right across me. But thank you so much for this morning. And then I thank you, HOD, and the team. I agree with you. Our team are wonderful. And really, we do have good relationships. Then I want to end off with an anonymous quote. Safety is an intentional practice, not a coincidence, and requires a consistent mindset of carefulness and awareness. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate it. And thank you very much, Mr. Orenser, for the work that you've done. Thank you. So I want to ask the committee to stay behind. We could just discuss the resolutions, but everyone else, you're excused. Thank you. There is lunch at the end of the passage for people who want to have some lunch. Okay. Do we have any resolutions or recommendations that we want to record at this point? Any resolutions or recommendations? We'll just wait for our member to get his instructions from Lusaka. Okay, we do have the issue that was raised about the liquor authority. I don't know if we want to expand on that now, or if we want to discuss that maybe at our next meeting. Is there anything else, Mr. Matthews, that you've got recorded? Okay. I have got a list of things I think we do need to discuss as a standing committee, including the use of AI with oversight, also having an engagement, I think, on site with the Ombudsman. I think that's something that we really need to do sooner rather than later. I think there's a lot going on there. Also, Mr. Matthews and I have discussed the issue of doing a visit to the CCTV centre. Is there anything else you want to add to that at this point? Yes, member.
I would like to add, I like the point that indeed we need to convene the Ombudsman. We have never met with that entity. And I think we must also convene the City of Cape Town and the MEC on the issue of the LEAP as a basis to build coherence. And I think, I almost said comrades. I think, yes, you are. I think we need to enforce this issue of the cooperation between the three SAPS, the City of Cape Town, and the provincial government. I think we need to, in fact, there are areas of convergences in my view. And I think post-meeting the City of Cape Town and the MEC, certainly, I think, relations are going to improve, guided by the cooperation agreement where I stand. And also attempt to infuse this Safety Council and locate its practical role in this instance. Thanks.
I think those are all good suggestions. Anybody else? Okay, right, I think that's it. Mr. Matthews, you can record those. Everybody, thank you very much. We do this again next week with DCAS. So thank you, and let's all go have some lunch.
Thank you, Chair.
It's the 28th, not next week. It's the week they're up, so to speak. Thank you, everybody. Meeting adjourned.